music. Wrong song. There we go. Now we're getting it together. Let's go. Hello, how you guys doing? We're doing a little bit of art today because it's an arcade week. And that seems like a good use of our time. Oh yeah, dude, we need to talk about that. Can we talk about the Block Wars announcement that just came out like 20 something minutes ago? Like when I should have been live, but like, you know, I'm kind of slow moving today. Dude, this team is cracked. I was looking at this roster here, so it's me, Joe, I don't know how to pronounce this guy's name, Joe Bartluzzi, Sneaksnag, Quite, and Feinberg. Feinberg is a menace. Feinberg is an absolute menace in this, like, series, in Block Wars. Like, who did best this round? Oh shit, it's Feinberg. Of course it's Feinberg. So I'm like, look, you got, and then Sneaksnag is also incredibly good. Joe Bart apparently is like crazy good. Like everyone's talking about like the team and stuff. And I'm like, man, this team is so unbalanced. Like it's got Feinberg, Sneaksnag, and Joe on it. And I don't know how good Quite is, but like, man, how are they going to balance that? And I was like, hold up. I think I figured out how they balance this team. It's the one person I haven't talked about. Hey Bean, thank you for the 1.5 year support. That's very cool of you. Thank you so much. I think I'm the balance. I'm the balance for this team. I'm the anchor, yeah. Not last place, but not in the top 30. Like, I'll tell you that. So it's like, all right. Like, I feel like a little called out, but also like, and at first I was like, well, Wolfie messaged me, right? He messages me every now and then, and he'll be like, hey, like, it's literally as direct as like, you're gonna love Quite? Okay, cool. The message was, hey Rev, would you be available for Block Wars on September 14th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard? And I said, always. Awesome, TY. And that was the whole conversation. Last time it happened, last time we did this, almost the exact same conversation. Like, and I think that just me being always available might also be part of the reason that, like, I'm on this team, is he's just like, you know what? Dude's reliable. Let's let him win one. So they put me on a team with Feinberg. Feinberg needs to retire, maybe. Like... Hey, it's Clown Pubes. How you doing, man? You and Quite will get along great. I mean, if he gets along with Mike and he's got unhinged energy, I'll just tell him about my game. It's probably the gay porn that they were watching together. So I realized one of the issues that I had with my previous drawing, and I think I figured out why my previous like digital painting didn't look quite right to me. And I think it's because I'm not using the limitations of paint fully. Part of what makes paints look the way it does is like the limitations of what paint can do. When I can pick any color, I feel like that is causing some problems as well. So I need like a paint palette essentially. So I would like to go for like impressionist, expressionist kind of art palette. Let's see if we can just find one that someone has, like a expressionist color palette for, I mean, like, I don't know if I want to go this. So one thing I was thinking is when it comes to when it comes to this stuff, right? The paint makes the paint look like paint. Right. But the other bit that makes paint look like paint is like all the random restrictions and stuff. Like, it's not training weights. I'm actually just realizing that, like, I can make this look better by making it harder. Does that make sense? So we're doing this little A-frame guy today. And in order to do this guy, we're going to have to figure out all the different paints that we're going to need. And I was kind of just like going through and putting all these into a folder so that way I could make them all invisible at once without, like, you know, making them all one thing, because I kind of don't want that. And then I think we can delete this layer because whatever it is not important enough for us to... and that one we're not going to use yet. That one's not going to be used yet. And then we got this one. And then we just minimize that and throw that up here. And there we go. This is the line where you walk. This is just like a guide for me while I'm doing game deving to try and make it look right. But, okay, cool. And then I think we need to get some like new music in. So does anyone have some recommendations for games that have good music? I mean, Cobalt Core has some great music. So maybe we just like add some of that to our awesome playlist of good songs. Oh, okay. So this is the actual guy. Like, this is the creator of the soundtracks. Official visualizer. All right. Songs for stream. Games with good music that won't get me dinged. All right, so now we also need to bring up like Winsor Newton oil paint set. And I want to go to the official Winsor Newton website for this. Professional artists oil. So let's pick out some paints. Because it's digital, we can pick out the fancy shit. So we need like a cadmium. I don't know if we really want like a medium yellow. I would like a cadmium red as well. And then like a... yeah, like an Alerzen, or how you pronounce that. And then I want like a cadmium red hue, sure. It's a hue, not like an actual cadmium, which is interesting. Okay, what do we have so far? We got one yellow, a purple red, and a... okay, so now how do I show all 54 colors? Oh. Well, thank you. What a perfect little thing. All right, now, are you going to allow me to grab these colors easily? Or do I have to... I think I might have to use this with GIMP. Because GIMP will allow you to, like, grab colors outside the program. So I don't actually have to have, like, 30 different things. Print screen? Snip tool. Snip tool would work. Okay, new... I mean, it doesn't have to be this big, but for now, we'll just make it this big. All right, can I select outside? No. All right, so I'm going to have to use, like, the clipping tool. Oh, that's... it's called snip. Snipping tool. New. I like this red. It's that cadmium red that we were looking for. Cool. I think it might be better to just like Win Shift S. Okay. Windows key Shift S. What? No, that didn't work. Win Shift S. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but it's not doing it. I think what we could do instead is just like a series of print screens. That's the hotkey. No idea why it's not working. It just wasn't. All right, so we're gonna make a new layer, and the new layer, we're just gonna like find a color, take a color. So there's a red right there, and we're gonna add it right here. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Okay, cool. We got our red. This is our cadmium red, which means that next we can go to a cadmium. I want to go for like a, not like a pale. Oh, that's a chrome yellow. Lemon hue? I mean, that's a pretty good yellow. It could go up a hair. Okay. Yeah, let me bring up the music. You can barely hear it. All right, and then we just go ahead and yellow there. Oh, not on the pasted layer. Yeah, sure. Whatever, just place. Cool so far so good. We got 2 colors. All right, next thing, choose color, filter by, I need another red and I need another yellow. Let's get like a red that's like kind of a, yeah, this is what I'm looking for, is this kind of like purpley red. I like this more so than the actual colors that are further in. I really like this color, but this is like for your purple messing, color mixing stuff. New layer, new thing. We grab this color right there. I mean, I could just like pick colors as well, but like, this is a cool way of getting like very specific colors. We do want a white. Do we want like a, I'm gonna just go with like titanium white, man. So we'll just use white and black. Green, gray, orange, pink, purple, yellow. We need another yellow. We need the, we've got a red, yellow. What's the other side of yellow? Green? I mean, honestly, that lemon is probably closer to the green side than... I'm gonna go with this cadmium yellow real quick. This is a middle yellow for you, man? Bruh. Orange undertones. Bro, this is not even orange undertones. That's just fucking orange. I melted my cutting mat yesterday. Long story, you ever have your art session catastrophically fail before? No. What, I mean, the closest I've ever had to that is one time I almost left my easel because I was at a protest. But, you know, like, aside from that, no. What the fuck? Okay, and then we want to control, get all that out, and then we're gonna just cut and paste, and we're just gonna move it ever so slightly to the side because that's the wrong yellow for that bit. And then we want a orange, and we're gonna merge this down. Kind of hate the layering on this. There we go. There we got an orange. That looks a little bit better. This is going to limit what colors I have available to actually be able to mix to. And that should be good. Blue. The blue that we want, we do want a cobalt, and then I think we need a ultramarine as well. Phthalo blue would be fine too. Oh, an ochre? Yeah, that would probably be important as well. Really do love me some cobalt. This is something that I think I'm going to use for quite a while. So, like, I know this is taking a minute, but, like, I really do think that this is going to significantly help me do better art. Cobalt is for the green side, I think. And then ultramarine would be, right? I'm trying to remember which one you want to, like, try and get mixing with red. Blue black, genuine ultramarine alternative. It's a good experience. A rich violet, a beautiful violet undertone that bridges the gap between dioxine purple and French ultramarine. Huh. I think I want to go back and get that ultramarine. Prep work is necessary. It should also mean that, like, for the rest of my digital art career, I won't ever have to do this again. Or when I do, it'll be a little bit more specific. When asked about his color palette, Monet said, "What the fuck are you talking about? I just do whatever." Which was not the answer that I wanted. Like, he's like, it's more important to see how the colors mixed with each other than, like, any specific color. Like, who cares what brand I'm using? And it's like, I fucking knew. I want to know what colors you're starting with. But, like, what it really seems like he did as well is that he overly used, like, white and yellow. Especially, like, as he got older, like, he started to, like... I think as his eyesight started to go, he started adding in more and more white to get it more saturated and get more grays. Like, he started working in, like, cool grays and whites the older he got. And you start to see him lose his sight, because he did actually, like, start losing his sight. It's really interesting to look at his older stuff versus his newer stuff. It's kind of sad, actually. All right, emerald green. It had arsenic in it originally. Interesting. I think that this could be our yellow green. Ooh. It's got a bit of a yellow bias to it. Perfect. It's kind of a ugly ass color, I'll be real. I mean, it definitely looks like it would better fit over here, despite being a yellow, but I think it's just the saturation of it. All right, and then we do need, like, a blue-green. So, like, the phthalo? Yeah, because this is in, like, the same family. It might be a little too dark, though. Do I want this dark? I mean, that's practically black. I kind of do, actually, up here. Like, I think that that is the color I want. Yeah, okay. But specifically that color. You also notice that I'm not picking from that. A, because I'm an idiot, and B, because I am picking out specific colors in what they're doing that I feel like do a better job of it. Last night I started working on something new that feels like it resonates me more. I think it's nice. That's awesome. I'm so happy for you. We got green. What color am I missing? Orange? Yeah, orange we're missing as a tertiary color, and then purple. I don't think that we need to go into all that. You forgot to tweet your live. Oh, I was like, where the fuck is everybody? Forgot to tweet. Rev. Doing some art. Twitch.tv/RevScarecrow. I've noticed that there's absolutely no difference in who gets to see my tweets or not. If I put the link in the tweet or not. Like, that seems to not be a significant thing. All right. So since I think that we're done with that, I'm gonna mix some of these colors on here. So to do that, we just duplicate the layer, and then we're gonna use the blur tool. I mean, I guess we could use like little gradients between the two. I mean, that might be better. Huh. That's an interesting use of this tool. How do I mess with the features of... There it is. All right. Foreground to background. Is there a brush mix function? Not that I know of. I usually stick with Discord. Oh, yeah. Is this for the card game? Yeah. I'm just, you know, getting colors together for painting. Whoa, what? Why did it do that? What the fuck? That was weird. Nice. So far, so good. Fortunately, it seems like it's fairly easy to do this in repetition. Okay, we're just gonna stop doing that. You know what? This is good enough. Export as a PNG palette. And anytime we do anything to this palette, we add, you know, that stuff to it. All right, cool. All right, we can close all this. And now we can actually, like, maybe begin. We need to start with a new layer. And so what's important about paint is that we are gonna be... First off, we can get rid of this. And I think I want a different screen region for this. There we go. Just more screen region developed into the art. And then we're going to open import image from 111 project files to the color palette. Slap that puppy in here. We're gonna bring that over to this guy, and then we're gonna start. Now, part of the thing that we need to do today is, on top of like everything else, is we're gonna need to, sorry, a little spacey today. Oh, I see. Cut. Paste. Okay, it needs to be rasterized or something. I forget how you do that with this. What if merged with the layer below? Cool. Yeah, there we go. Now we can mess with it. Okay, cool. Good. All right, we want to make sure that we don't accidentally put this on the same layer as what we're actually going to be working on, but the blur tool. Let's see if we can just do what we were doing, but no? Okay. Blend tool? No. All right, well, is there like a palette area thing? Like a palette mixer? Like usually there's like a thing for this. Like where you can do mixing of colors. Brush size, color wheel, color set. Oh, okay. Oh, that's neat. Well, we could just set it to a color set. Standard colors. Soft tone. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, I just make one. Well, yeah, we'll just make one then. Create a new set. Impressionist. Look at this tool. This is going to be exactly what I need, I think. All right. All right, now how do I add these colors? If you have a smudge brush, it might work. Also, please stop showing me that. Add color. No? Replace color. Take this color. Ah, okay. That's it. That also means we can just get rid of this layer as well, which is nice. Wondering how color mixing works in this. You can kind of mix with some stuff, but to get like a brown, we're gonna need to like mix the... Okay, so I still need like a palette area. Is that like a thing that I can like use? Like I want like a workspace, a thing. Like, I know some... programs have a thing where there's like a separate, like, almost like a separate canvas over here. What's up, Koboldade? Or Kolalabold? I don't know how to pronounce the name. Okay. So now we can make a new layer, and then we can go red plus... this maybe. Yeah, I think this whole impressionist thing isn't going to work. It looks like there's a color mixing palette in the palettes. Okay. Color wheel, not that. Approximate color. Huh, okay. Looks like 2 drops of paint. I think this is setting blend property stuff. So that's not that. That's not what you're looking for. You're looking for it down here. Yeah, I don't see it. Well, you're starting to be irregular, so I'm starting to not being able to pronounce your name. Whoop. Yeah, watch out for that slimy goblin. The Alright, and then I need to look up like an A-frame house. It looks like it's usually kind of an orangey wood for the thing. So I think we could probably start with literally like this orange and work from there. Oh, okay. We have that still existing. Let's get rid of that. And it says window menu, color mixing. I don't see it, man. Oh, right. We need to probably start with like a brown tone as well. Like a really dark brown. It depends on whether or not like we really need this or not. We may not. But I think I want a little bit of like this in here. Because it looks like this paint is very sheer as well. So like to get it to actually like behave correctly, we're gonna need to like add quite a few layers of just like paint on top of this where the orange needs to be. We just build up, we build up, we build up until we're good. We could also do green. I don't know. So, okay, here's a thing that I've been thinking about a lot. So I saw this video that Pirate Software did talking about like color blindness and how like his game, Heartbound, does not have to worry about colorblind settings because his artist is colorblind and they're intentionally building the game using gold and purple because there's only 2 types of color blindness or 2 sets of colors that you can be colorblind to. There's 2 different variants of like red, green. I've done some research on it. And obviously I'm not an expert. I'm not colorblind. Like this is me literally learning about this the other day. So like, forgive me if I get some of this information wrong, but, when you're colorblind, there's 4 different types. 2 of which are red, green colorblind, but 1 of which is like, you don't see some of the darker or the brighter shades, so everything appears a little bit darker, but it's still red, green colorblind. So you just don't see red or green, which is why, then it's because of the rods or the cones. I forget which one's wrong there in order for that to look like that, but the other one can get messed up as well You can also have a varying intensity of it. Yeah, exactly. I've known people who have like just a little bit and they weren't aware of it until I pointed it out. Like, hey man, like you might be colorblind. Cones are color, rods are brightness. Gotcha. Okay, and then the other thing you can be colorblind to is blue yellow. It makes sense there, you know, when you're mixing colors, you mix colors across the color wheel from each other, so it's always complementary colors. This is why, like, for the longest time we were using red and green for, you know, good team, bad team. But, you know, obviously a lot of people are red-green colorblind. It's more common than the blue-yellow or just straight up color blindness where you just cannot see color. You can only see like value, as in like how bright or dark it is. And there's no color blindness setting really that helps with that, aside from just really differentiating the red and the green and the blue and the yellow, all that. Like everything needs its own value. And I don't know how to do any of this shit, man. Yeah, a lot of games use the red-green thing because it's like green is good, red is bad, red is go, or red is stop, green is go. You know, like these are all like, you know, conventions that like people are fairly familiar with. So like we want to keep them in there. So yeah. Replaces them with a dot and stripe pattern. So one of the things that's like very important to me in designing this game is like the aesthetic of this game is going to be one of its selling points. You know? Like, I feel like that if you're playing this game, you're playing this game with the understanding like the art aesthetic of it is like really pretty, you know? And because of that, I want to use like all of the colors in the rainbow, but that does mean that people who are colorblind are not going to see the game as I intend, and that's bad and makes me sad. What happens in traffic then? I honestly don't know the answer to that. I would assume that based on their positioning. But I honestly don't know what the correct answer to that question is. I mean, one thing I did consider is, what if I just paint this thing from the get-go with that color palette? And the reason why it's purple and gold that he's using is because when you think about it, purple is red and blue. So if you're colorblind to one of those two, you'll just perceive that color as the other half of purple, you know? So if you're red-green colorblind, you won't see the red, but you will see the blue hues in it. So the purple just comes out as like a differently saturated blue, I guess. Right? Hey, how you doing, man? Scion kill? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. We're just doing a little bit of painting for my game. We're putting in the rough layer first, and then we build up from there. We do need to also add some like grass and stuff, but we'll worry about that when we get there. I want to get like this color plus like maybe this blue here mixing. That's not what I wanted at all. Okay, yeah, right there, that color. Thank you. And then we'll have to erase that in a bit, but that's fine. Like, okay, Scion, I get. Scion Cal? Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I'd like to hear from some colorblind people who, like, can give me their take on what they think about this whole situation. Because I'd like for it to be accessible, like, insofar as that you could just straight up play it. Like, doesn't need to be the best game ever, but I would like for people to be able to enjoy it regardless of what their citing is, right? I like it when people experience and enjoy the things. I like the thought experiment. Do people experience color differently? Yes, they do. 100%. We know this. How different is interesting, but yeah, people definitely do perceive colors slightly differently because of the way rods and cones work. Like, there's like a certain amount of similarity, but yeah, we do perceive colors differently than each other. Your green is, yeah, I mean, functionally, no, that's not how it works because of how, like, bouncing light works. But, you know, as far as, it's close enough, yeah. Synesthesia can cause some very interesting things as well, yeah. Maynard from Tool has synesthesia. And I have, like, a mild case of it at times. As a partially colorblind person, I have zero issue until it becomes something like a game mechanic related. I have trouble telling apart star colors and okay. So again, like HP or like who's on your team, green, red, like that thing. I wanted to ask, do you have an internal monologue? Yes. But sometimes my internal monologue is also different people. Like, sometimes my thought pattern would be better served if I was talking to, like, a specific old friend of mine or something. And so, like, bouncing the idea off of them mentally in order to see, you know? Like, I don't actually talk to them about it. Like, I have friends who, like, I use for very specific thought processes. Like, what would they say about this shit? And I respect that specific person on that subject. So, like, what would they say? I think they would say this. Okay, well then, why would they say that? And do I have an argument against that? Like, you know, or do I think that they're right? Okay, so so from the sounds of it, Shadow, one of the things that I was going to do also was I was going to color code each character. So like one character will be red, one character will be blue, one character will be green. And that way you can just know that anything that is of that color is that guy's stuff. Just kind of so for like the red and green, maybe I just don't pick red and green as two of the colors. Make them unique shapes as well. Well, they're gonna be different shapes as well, but like, just, you know. I just want it to be like super clear for people. Okay. It's like, it's not relevant, but it is like a cool, like the blue dude having more jagged stuff. Okay, cool. So like have a pattern associated with it as well. Interesting. It really has to do with the shade more so than anything. All right. So I think that what I do is any gameplay elements, like, is purple and gold good for gameplay elements? Because of the theoretical, like, you don't have to worry about that because, like, you'll only be colorblind to half the color. And so it'll still process, or is it just like, we just need to make sure that the values, we should just make sure that the values are different? And then don't make important stuff green or red or blue. Like Deltarune and Undertale did it where they were different enough. Okay. It's one of those things that I saw him talking about and I'm like, shit. like, I don't want to be an asshole, but also I want to paint my game, you know? Like, how do I do it? How do I make people happy? You know, how do I get people to experience my game? And the answer is stop fucking worrying about it, you weird freak. Which is okay. I'll take that. It's not really about coddling them. It's just like, this is something I don't know about. So it's like, well, what's the... To actually make it so that way it's viewable for you, what do I do? And the answer, I think, is just like, pay attention to value shifts. I also might just like throw it to people who are... Gotcha. I mean, yeah, monochromism is like, I'm really just trying to accommodate for like red-green colorblind, I think, because that's like a majority of colorblind people. Oh, yeah, okay. So just like, don't link it to gameplay mechanics. Don't make it so that way it's like, if you can't figure out which one's green, you lose. Like, that's just a dick fucking move. Okay, got it, I can do that. Like, I was gonna go so far as to, like, paint the entire world in monochrome and then, like, paint different tints over it, but I'm like, this is insane. Like, it doesn't need to be that hard. And I don't think that that really does anything. I honestly have never had any luck with dyslexic-friendly fonts. Like, that doesn't work for me. Well, I was talking about, like, doing monochrome and then have, like, a, like, tint setting that you could set. And would set, like, different colors. But I was like, first off, programming that seems like a nightmare. I have no idea how to program something as intricate as that. But second off, what even does that mean for me? Got to do a lot of paint building up of different areas. You could use bright neon for everything. That's just a shader level. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is I could essentially just have like a shader level that just like changes the entire color palette from red and green to like fucking other, like purple and gold. But then I have to figure out how to replace each of these colors with like purple and gold, and I think I can. Yeah, I've seen like there are diagrams on how to like do color shifts for, like, you know, the color wheel as, you know, seen by different like people with different color blindness. This is a Game Boy game that's console version color matching. Right, yeah, it's like purple and gold. What about it? They made them striped. Oh, they made like elements like purple and gold, and then they added stripes and stuff. Okay. I've never seen anyone else. Okay. Well, I mean, like, I don't think that the card order... I'll just keep that in mind. There's gonna be... I guess I need to think about it a little bit. Because there's like, okay. There's gonna be different Try finding a geographic map I could use as an example because it was something that gave me issues in school. Yeah, I would imagine so, because they're usually like fairly... And they have gradients, and the gradient going from one color to another could actually be a huge fucking problem. Contrast is important. Yeah, okay. Using a combination of colors and patterns is important. Okay, got it. Like, this assumes that, you know, people would want to play my game in the first place, which I think that they will. I think that, like, you know, when you talk about the holy grail of a game concept, you're talking about a game that has, like... It's an underserved, like, community as far as whatever the game genre is. And I feel like that there's not that many card games that are out. I think that's why Concord failed, is that no one fucking wants an arena or like a... Concord failed because it cost $40. I mean, that's definitely one of the issues. I think the other issue is that just there was no marketing. And once people found out it existed, like, Overwatch was an Overwatch killer. Like, there's no fucking, like, no one wants a hero-based shooter right now. We're so sick of hero shooters. Like, what are you doing that makes it separate and different than all the other ones? Like, we already have a market with a fuck ton of those. Why do I care about this? And the answer is, like, Sony doesn't have a good answer. And to me, that says, like, all that you really need to know about it. Like, we already have TF2. Yeah, why would I want to play something that already has so much competition? And I think that's the thing, is like, there's plenty of, you know, for indie devs, it's a lot of, like, I don't know, it's fucking platformers, man. Everyone's making platformers, and it's because it's a good first game to make, you know, is a platformer. But, like, the Marvel shooter is getting more traction than Concord, but Sony only gave it a 30-second trailer spot. What do you mean there's too many hero shooters? There doesn't have to be that many for there to be too many of something. How many times do I have to shoot you for it to be too many times? You know? Like, too many is a very, like, subjective number. How many pieces of candy is enough? I think that we've hit enough arena or hero shooters that it can't just be a hero shooter. You got to do something like what Deadlock did, where it's like, let's take an already existing mechanic that's fun, that is Dota, MOBAs, and combine it and make it fresh and unique by doing that. Is there any reason that we're not using the usual stream overlay? You can't see YouTube's beautiful comments. Probably going to use this as my, like, arcade video for this week, and I think I probably would do one big area like this for arcade every week until I'm done. Someone who played Dota for years, I'm not sure I would call Dota fun. See, that's fair. That's fair, but also, like, the thing that was stopping me from enjoying something like Dota was just, like, literally the movement mechanics, apparently. Because changing Dota to a first-person shooter was literally, like, the go-ahead I needed to make Dota's rules make sense. Like, a lot of this stuff makes sense, like, conceptually to me, but, like, getting my dude to actually move in a way that I would want, like, has always been a bit of a struggle for me in Dota-like games. Like, why would he move that way? Just play Smite? I mean... Like, I'm not good at RTSs. Like, action economy on that style of game, I just don't get. I don't get how you're supposed to do that. I'm trying to give this cabin kind of the same vibe as the cabin that me and my wife stayed at when we went on our honeymoon. Because this is going to be the player's house. So I want it to be very, like, inviting, welcoming, but simple. I'm really liking that I have this orange available. Like, choosing to, like, go and get the palette together. I know it doesn't seem like we're using it much, but we really are. Like, it just makes it so easy for me to just go, okay, I'm going to start with an orange, pick that orange. I'm gonna be a bit of a coward here, and I'm gonna put in some blue. Okay, so that's not right. We need like a blue mixed with the brown here. And then we can add that color into the mix because that's one that we were able to get to. Now I do want to darken it some, so I think we might add a little bit of this. Oh, this is like a green. I don't want that green. I want like a black to mix with the purple. Ooh. Oh no. I just messed with the setting and I don't know how to put it back. Fuck. Okay, I did that. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can put the color wheel in there and then the color. All right, now where did all my other tools go? God damn it. Window, workspace, reset to default. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. All right. Screwed up the controls real bad. I do think that I moved where the paint thing is, so there it is. Okay, cool. I mean, the meme answer is that, like, yeah, they didn't want to touch the thing, but like in you know, real answers, I think that like there was like just people didn't want that. Real oil? Is this? Yeah, I think this is the one I need to be using. All right, so we get a little bit of the purple and then we get some of the black. We're just gonna mix in some black. And then we go to the blending tool and we go wow, 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 wow. Okay, cool. I think I might want to add a little bit more blue to it. This is neat because I get to do the color mixing right in front of y'all where you guys can see it. I don't have to worry about like the camera angles or whatever. All right, and then we've got this nice, beautiful color here, which can be used as our shading color, and we can kind of just like. I actually think that the original shade that we had might have been correct. Depends on what kind of time of day I'm pretending that this is going to be. And I don't know if I need to mute that orange or not. Treating it as traditional painting has helped me a lot. Yeah, I think that it's going to be a breakout moment for me as well. I mean, I put up my easel. Like, I'm so fucking on to this, like, method now. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I just put my paint away because I'm like, I can make this work. I need to spend some time on like actually getting it to work, but like I think I can get this to work, like to get an aesthetic that I like out of it. I think that, okay, so the light, I guess, is coming from the right, but I think at all the other drawings... No, that's right. Okay, cool. That's fine then. All right. The fella on the dock you did was really good. I think that it was... I think we can do better, you know? And that's the main thing, is like, not that it was bad, but I think that we can do better than that. I think that by using the color palette, we can... Saying we as if like anyone else is involved in this creative process. I can get to like a color I like a bit better, and that will result in a better painting, in my opinion. All right, now if I get rid of this, what is that doing for us? It's not doing that much good. It could go, and I don't think that we would lose anything really. Like, I'm kind of surprised at how correct that. Yeah, I think that layer is just right. We're here for moral support. Yeah, and I really appreciate it, I'll be honest. Like, all right, we added that to this. Okay, yeah, so this is like the same orange, so we just need to mix these two colors together. We're here to tell you to make the tits bigger. Give that A-frame some huge baps. You know it. I think that it's... I see this happening, but also I'm aware that it's fine. When I mix the colors, it mixes in a bit of the white from the paper layer. Or just the paper that I drew this on. I mean, so far it looks like we're inking it plenty deep, so that way it'll actually be fine. But let's do a little bit more. And it's just like regular painting. We're just going to keep building up the form until it's where we want it to be. And a lot of that is just going to be like, you know, taking care of stuff. The colors aren't on a transparent layer. They are, but they themselves are transparent. So they're going to see through to the color under them, which in this case is the piece of paper that I drew my initial sketch on, which, by the way, super cool to doing sketching while I'm hanging out with my wife. That feels like such a good use of my time, and it's a little easier to do than the programming, because the programming is hurting my brain. Like, I'm starting to get good enough at programming that I'm noticing that, like, it's, or I'm pushing myself to learn programming to the point that I am actually having like some significant problems with like headaches afterwards. And it's like, ooh, I haven't run into something that makes me think this hard in a long time, you know? Like, I can do Warhammer math while I'm high, you know? I can do Warhammer math while like I'm like fucked up. I come up with bad ideas, but I can still do the math of going, okay, well, right now, you know, Death Company are really good or whatever. So like, I need to have an answer for, you know, solving that problem. So like, what do you use for that? Fucked up in the crib doing Warhammer math. And Warhammer math is I find it very straightforward, but I think it's a type of math that most people don't bother thinking about. And also, like, the correct way to do the math is, like, what are you solving for? Like, ideal situations are, like, not. Because I think that a lot of people solve for ideal situations when that doesn't happen. In a gameplay sense, the sort of thing people we're getting from fighting games and the like before games started offering that was less than needed from... I have completely fucked up on like what we're talking about. What? We're talking about why people don't want arena shooters anymore, I take it. I think it's just like, I don't know. They're cool, but again, it's just like, I feel like we have too many. And yeah, it's a very small amount. I don't think that, for example, I don't think we have too many RTSs right now. Whereas like, we have like, what, 2? We have like StarCraft is a thing, and like, I'm trying to think of another contemporary, and StarCraft 2 is like fucking old, man. Hero shooter, but it's also a porn game. We need more RTSs, I'm begging. Yeah, like seriously, if you want to do some game dubbing, I would highly recommend, like, what's a genre that no one's making games for but people are huge fans of? Oh, it's totally fine. I just need things to talk about, I'll be real with you. So like, talking about this is very whatever. Like I said, I need things to talk about. And one of the hardest things about streaming is being able to keep a conversation going. I think like Age of Empires is still a game that people play. Like, but there's not that many RTSs. So like that is definitely like a... If you can just make it half decent, you're already providing something that no one is getting. So like they're probably going to be pretty fucking happy about it. You know? Same with like a lot of other genres. I'm sure you have a favorite genre that just does not get game releases. And for me, like, I like card games and I like shooters, but I don't think that I can really tell a good story with a shooter. I never understood Warhammer. It's an RTS. It's an RTS set in the grimdark future of the 41st millennium where everything sucks and everyone sucks. There are no good guys here. Just different bad guys doing bad things. Ratchet and Clank, I think that was a collectathon? And that is a genre that completely died out, as far as I'm aware. Like, when was the last collectathon? Like, fucking... What was the game with the fox that came out on Xbox One? I mean, the actual Warhammer. Yeah, no, like, it's a tabletop game that plays like an RTS, basically. Like, that's the short version of how to explain how to play it. You have points. There's like 5... Usually about 5 points. Not Tunic, no. Super Lucky Tail. A game no one fucking cared about, but still, like, Super Lucky Tail is, I think, a collectathon platformer as well. But I haven't played it or Ratchet and Clank, so I can't really talk. Oh, Hat in Time. That's another one. And again, like, look at that. Hat in Time. You just make a game with some love and people will fucking flock to it. Especially if it's a genre that no one is doing stuff about. I think you should really, like, consider genre as one of the most important marketing things. That and name, you know? Warhammer is turn-based, yeah. You go through your whole turn of... Ratchet and Clank is another silent playthrough that we need to watch. We're still working on Psychonauts 2. And then after Psychonauts, I don't know what we're doing. But we got kind of sidetracked because we started watching these, like, restoration videos where we'll take something like, we watched a guy restore a candy maker from, like, the 1800s to, like, functional working thing. People don't make collectathons out of being feared compared to Nintendo. Nintendo hasn't made a good collectathon in years, hot take. Like, maybe Super Mario Odyssey was, but like, how many of these games, like, we're just putting up with? Like, they're not actually well made. They're just like, oh, we finally get another one in this genre. Let's be excited about having that available to us. Thank you. A lot of the best collectathons weren't even done by Nintendo. Yeah, I'd agree. Like, you say that like they've made any recently. I mean, to be fair, I can't think of any, but like also like I don't play that genre, so I don't want to say like, oh, Nintendo hasn't made any, and then it's like that's all they make. What are you talking about, Rev? You know what I mean? Like I don't fuck with Nintendo. You know, Nintendo is just like Disney to me, you know? It's like they're not bad. I don't hate them, but like they're not innovative. They're the standard that everyone else like tries to compare themselves to. It's why no one wants to make platformers, I guess. I associate Rare with collectathons because they made pretty much exclusively collectathons for the longest time. What did I say? One of the differences is that Disney doesn't buy out, or Nintendo doesn't buy out companies. But like, what's the fucking difference? Like, I mean, yeah, they don't, but like, they incorporate stuff like Pokemon, you know, that isn't even really like theirs. They just sort of like, all right, I guess we're doing this now. That was the wrongest thing to do because it blurred the colors too much. Nintendo's like the only innovative AAA studio that does not push out generic schlock. What was the last Nintendo game that was really like innovative? I'm gonna challenge you on that one. I don't agree with that assessment at all. Tears of the Kingdom is extremely derivative. Sure. It's a survival crafting game set in an IP that they've had since before some of us were born. And you're going to tell me that that's innovative? How are the Mario sports stuff? ARMS is... Did anyone like ARMS? Do you like it more than it's just a new IP from Nintendo? Do you know what innovative means? I mean, yeah. Nintendo used to innovate. I don't think they do anymore. I think that it's all very derivative. I think for a company to really say that it like is really innovating, like when you invent a new genre, you definitely innovated, you know? Like when it's like, we don't even know what to call this genre yet, so we're just gonna call it a Doom-like or rogue-like because like that game is so specifically not like anything we've ever seen. That's innovation right there. I think Slay the Spire likes are more common than Baltro likes. And I think you could say that Slay the Spire was innovative. So like what like that has Nintendo done in recent memory? Because they didn't invent the platformer either. All Nintendo games are either Mario clones, Pokemon, or some anime porn. I mean, it's not... He's not wrong. I don't know how I want this window to be connected up. Maybe we have it be like steel. I mean, I'm kind of liking like a light wood. I mean, we could make it white instead of orange, but I'm kind of like digging like how orange that is. The guy even called Bayonetta a Zelda clone. I disagree with that sentiment, but did you know that Warframe is adding romance? I thought they already did that with the old man Yaoi patch. Sinran Kiraga. Yeah, that's anime porn. What are we calling innovation? I don't know, like legitimately give me an example of where you think Nintendo like innovative and we can go from there. Maybe Bayonetta is like a DMC clone in my opinion. Yeah, I wouldn't call it a Zelda clone. It's a very different genre. It's DMC was innovative. It's its original own thing. Quick, publish the Communist Manifesto on Switch because they only have hentai in the eShop. I don't know how to do that. Also don't like Nintendo as a company, so I kind of don't want to deal with them. This game is like cute and wholesome enough that I think people are gonna... Innovation with invention? I don't feel like I've said anything that says what my opinion on innovation and all that is. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that Nintendo has done any inventing or innovation. I mean, like, isn't that the root of invention? Is innovating? Like, Splatoon is the last big IP that Nintendo released, right? Street Pass was innovative, yeah. There you go. Splatoon is an innovative take on the arena shooter because you're not shooting at the enemy half the time. Like, you're always shooting. I want to go just like a hair brighter than this. Nintendo won't allow Puppet software games on their e-store? Or Puppet Combo. They did that Nun game and stuff, right? I'm trying to remember who they are. Remember when Nintendo had that guy stalked? What? No, I don't remember that. What are you talking about? Am I about to find out some weird Pinkerton shit they were up to? Puppet Combo had Nun... The Nun game, Power Drill Massacre. Yeah, okay. So I am thinking of the right people. I think I need to add, like, grass and such. Nintendo ninjas are real. Well, so first off, I'm really digging this color palette. Like, I love how the house looks right now. I don't know how it's gonna look when it's close up, but it's getting there. I do want to add a grass layer. This is gonna be like totally wrong for most of this here, but like I'm just trying to get some like green in. And like a lot of the background I think I actually need to probably just not touch. Like I think above like that line, really, maybe I should just have like a yeah, I think I'm gonna do a thing where I just go from one side to the other with like green. There we go. Oh, okay, that's how I'd want to do it. Is I click from here and then I go this way. And then we select, invert select area. And we're just gonna add some like green and brown and such to just get some of the base stuff in. Because like there's no color or texture under here, so like if we start painting, it's gonna just show up with nothing under here. And then we need to get the water, and so I should probably go with this like very dark blue that we've got. And again, this is not for like a permanent use case. This is literally just that way we can have like some base shit going on and we can work from there. But that about is where we want to start having the other layers come in, I think. And then we can have a little bit of blue up there as well. And I think I want to have like the river somewhat visible at parts, especially down near the you know, shipyard. I mean, you can't really launch a boat unless if you have like water nearby. So why would you build a shipyard not next to the water? So we're gonna do that, and then we add a little bit of water here to make this look good. I don't think you'll even see this part here, but just in case. I feel like the they don't innovate thing doesn't really work when you have a completely different definition of innovation than the rest of chat. I think you're right. Yeah, sure. But I don't know. I don't know how to explain this in a way that makes sense, but like I don't know what Nintendo has done recently that goes, yeah, Nintendo, they're the guys who make things that people haven't seen before, like Mario and Zelda again. And I'm sure I was talking about something. I'm sure I had a point somewhere. Like that's kind of what it is for me. Is it's just like, well, what did they invent? Like what game did they put out that I'm like, yeah, that's really new, that I have not seen anything like that, like Vampire Survivors or something, like really out there shit. Kid Icarus for the DS? Sure, there you go. I didn't play it, so I don't know, but you know, it seems right. And I think most of this area is going to be kind of gray, so we can go ahead and kind of do this in here, but because it's just kind of going to be dirt. Oh yeah, no, it's totally true. Like most AAA companies are not innovating. Innovation's scary, man. You could fuck up really hard. They're innovating with the hardware. ARMS was innovative in that it used weird controls. Sure, cool. Yeah, I think that's probably right, that people don't want new, they want better version of thing they already have or thing they already liked. Nintendo is making that horror game and we don't know what that's like, right? Yeah. Okay, so now we need to like incorporate what we just did with like the backgrounds. Emo is already out? Oh, so the, okay. I think I want to put like a gray base down. But I want it to be a little bit warm. And we're gonna have a new layer and it's gonna be under everything and it's gonna be right there. And then, yeah, Splatoon's probably the newest innovative thing that they've done. And again, this isn't really a condemnation of Nintendo specifically, because Nintendo is just one company that also does the same shit. Okay, so this is what this color is when it's on orange. So what if I bring it to like green? Okay. Now we're going and adding a little bit of green here around this. But you're probably not going to get much growth there. You're probably going to get more dirt right next to the building, right? Because like, how's the grass growing if like it can't be, if it's not getting light? I mean, there are times a day where it does, but you know, also this blue is like too much. I just wanted an excuse to shit talk Capcom. I would say that like Nintendo products are like made for the, you know, the average gamer, not like, you know, they're trying to really hit everyone will enjoy our product. Like that's the Nintendo thing, is squeaky clean marketing, so you can, you know, market to both grandma and guy who grew up with Nintendo product. How was Thank Goodness? It was good. I wish that it was only 2 hours instead of 3. Like the last route around the map really felt like I was just like, okay, come on, game. Just like you're done. It's over. Like stop acting like you got more game here. I don't think that Nintendo, I mean, listen, like you can love Nintendo all you want. I just disagree with your opinion. That's all. Like, and it doesn't really matter to me that much. Like, enjoy the games you're gonna enjoy. Love what you love. But just, I don't care for Nintendo. I feel like they've been screwing streamers for years. And so I have my own personal beef with Nintendo, realistically speaking. Now all you have to do is play Chicory. I do think I need to play Chicory at some point, especially with a game with this aesthetic. Like, Chicory is a painting game, right? Like, it's about paint and stuff. Right? Yeah. Monster Hunter is not a bad shout when we're talking about Capcom. I mean, Capcom is I'll concede this point. Capcom is everything that I dislike about Nintendo, but worse. Somehow. Like, it's not... They're not doing great as a company. I don't know what the fuck they're doing. This might be the gray that I need. And we've got like this kind of red for this outline here. Also, by having a color palette that I can come back to as like a thing that I've used, it means that the entire world will look very homogeneous. It'll look like it was all done at once, rather than piecemeal over several months. I might have to get up and have some food here in a second. I didn't eat lunch just because, like, I don't know. I feel like I'm eating lunch in the morning before I go to work and stream, and it's just like, why? Like, what are we... Some people have regional color palettes? What? For what? Also, this grass is like totally not right. Like, I don't know what color grass is during the autumn, but why would you have different color palettes for a game based on region? I don't... Oh, different regions in the game utilize different palettes. Got it. Okay. Pokemon is the worst game company? I don't know about that. I think that you expect more from them because they're a good company. Unless if there's some shit that I'm not, like, aware of, like, EA I think is worse, right? Well, that's the thing about this game, is how long is this game, you know? Like, I don't know how long to make a video game. I'm gonna make it longer than 2 hours, I'll tell you that. To make it so that way refunding is harder. But that, you know, also just feels like the minimum. Basically, what I want to have happen in this game is there are going to be plot elements that happen. And because each of the characters will have a card that is in your deck. And depending on how, like, the story is going, depending on how well you're keeping up with your friends, taking care of their needs and your own needs in respect to them, and so on and so forth. Why did it just switch? Are you watching on mobile? Because that's why. On mobile, it just switches you, whether or not you want to or not. Yeah, that's the issue right there. Anyways, I think we should switch topics to, yeah. I forgot about the foot jump scare. How many people have actually read the Communist Manifesto now that the Communist Manifesto is out? I think I'm gonna go have, I'm gonna get some food together and go piss. So how about a real quick, I have multiple copies I'll gather. Well, good. Do you have the Communist Manifesto, Dami Kami Mami Adventure? Because you should. It's available now on Steam. It's my first game I released on Steam. Here it is. All right, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Condensed manifesto. Domi mami komi adventure. Arara.
Alright, I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich. I'll be right back. Just watch this on endless loop.
Condensed manifesto. Domi mami komi adventure. Arara. Condensed manifesto. Domi mami komi adventure. Arara.
Alright, I'm back. We gained 20 viewers. Cool.
Condensed manifesto. Domi mami komi adventure.
13 positive reviews. Cons, tanky shit. I mean, I'm not tanky, but alright. Oh, it's Reverend Joe. On a side note, as a writer, it makes me happy to see people go, I love this thing. I'm gonna go and make more of what I love. Keep on doing the good work. Well, thank you. Hey, this Carla has some ideas. I like being paid. Thank you. Our waifu, comrade. Finally reading theories, it was made accessible to Coomers. This game was not the hero I needed, but the hero I deserved. I now understand why my ex-wife divorced me. Assigned tanky by chat. I'm like the least tanky person ever. Oh, no, they know I'm not a tanky. Baltro Mobile is happening. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I will look at that trailer. We're going to take a brief moment for me to eat. The banana. Cool. Baltro isn't for everyone. It's very much poker. The theme of a game really does matter. There's a lot of board games I won't play because their theme isn't one that I attach to. Oh, it's just ham. I'm just having a ham and mustard sandwich. It's nothing fancy. Home. All right, I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I'm gonna put up my plate. I think I ate all the dessert. That's sad. Do I need more coffee? Nah. Do I need more water? No. Okay, be right back. All right, I am back. Ketchup and mustard sandwiches is Depression era food. Yeah, a lot of the food in the Depression was just like, yeah, whatever the fuck that is. I think I'm gonna go past the point where this needs to curve. Like just ketchup and mustard, yeah. Those are, you know, condiments. They're cheap. They do have nutritional value, not much. Just ketchup and mustard. I assume there was bread. Else it's not much of a sandwich, because sandwiches have bread. I grew up with butter and jelly sandwiches because I'm allergic to peanut butter. So obviously can't have it. And then we need like that black again. We're sketching out this here. Now, I don't think that a plank could realistically be the length of the building, so we're gonna have to make like some decisions on where these lines are gonna be. And then I want to decide whether or not this should be connected to this. I don't think it needs to be, you know? Mayo and cheese. Jesus fuck, what? All right. I think I'm going to start describing this game as like Baltro Go Fish meets Moomin My Summer Car. Is that like a good description? Like, does that describe something? Also, we finished that soundtrack. So what are we listening to now? Another game that has like really good music, but isn't dickwads about it. World Salad? No? All right. Let's see. Slay the Spire? No. NES. Coffee shop music. Lo-fi soothing synths for mining blocks. Best video game OST. Top 150 video game soundtracks. Okay, yeah. I got some decent choices in here. We got We Are Magnolia. We'll just start listening to this, starting with Ghost Hunter, We Are Magnolia, loading. They might actually be, that might be like a real song that I'm not allowed to listen to. Mystery Man from The Witcher. Coffee Talk. Let's try the Coffee Talk soundtrack. That's probably the right vibes for what I'm trying to do right now. Yes, this is exactly what I want. Thank you, Coffee Talk. Should probably get around to playing this game at some point. It's made by the same people who did that other game that I liked, the bartending one. Vibes are impeccable. Let's go. Valhalla. Not made by the same peeps, just highly inspired. Which one inspired which? Also, speaking of coffee talk, little disappointed that Jim didn't cover my game. Probably busy covering gaming news shit, but you know. I mean, it is literally just kind of a throwaway game, but it is a game that I made, so I want him to play it. We can actually take away that layer entirely now, the sketch layer. And that should make it a little easier to figure out where we can add color and where we need to add color still, where it's transparent. Okay, that's not even yet. This needs to come down quite a bit. New layer, and I want yellow for this. Just like something very not the right color. Okay. Well, this one looks like it's good, so we'll make one corner. Jim Sterling is too busy doing wrestling. I mean, good for them. But let's also play my game nerd. You know? I was really sad to hear about Zangief, Pat and Paige's dog from Best Friends play them. They like put their dog in a I guess kennel, like paid some people to take care of the dog, and then like the dog ends up dead. It's fucking awful. Like, I can't even imagine. That is like horror scenario for me. Like, they haven't said what happened, but like literally what the fuck. And I've just been thinking about that a lot lately. Like, holy hell. I can't imagine what that's like. Cause like when the thing about like having streamer pets, like pets that like stream knows about, is like chat's gonna ask about them. You know? And if they ask about them and they don't know, it's weird because you have to tell them. And then it becomes really awkward because like they're like, oh, I'm so sorry for bringing that up. Are you doing okay? You know, kind of thing. And some will continue. Some people like have not watched me in years and they're like, how's Momo doing? And I'm like, sorry to tell you this, but Momo passed away a few years ago, you know? Momo was a good cat. But now we got Herman and Abby, and they're good kitties too. I get why Vinny doesn't want to have another pet, but they're really good for my mental health, I'll tell you that much. Like, the boy was like, I'm gonna like hang out with you while you take a shower this morning. I'm like, cool. And then like I got out of the shower and he immediately ran to my office door and he was like, we're gonna sit down and like hang out, right? It wasn't even another dog or related to Geef's breed. It was even more fucked. I wonder if it's like someone just didn't catch that the dog was choking or something. Like, and what sucks is it's such a... When you make it so that way your pets are like, you know, part of the stream concept, like I have with my cats or they have with Zangief, it's like, you have to explain yourself because people get attached to these animals. Like, they're not theirs, but they have a parasocial relationship with them, you know? Hackor has the peepers. Yeah, exactly. And like, I would absolutely lose my mind if something like that happened to our cats. I'm gonna stop thinking about that actually. Peepers is so cute. Peepers is a good kitty. My cat showed up when you said that. I don't know. I've been thinking about him a lot. And someone asked, is it callous to not like wish condolences? We don't really know a person. I don't think so, man. I think it's like kind of weird to offer condolences when like it's not really heartfelt. I think we need to get into that as well as a society conceptually. We're gonna have to have some sun hitting the skylights, but the skylights are kind of there because there's not much natural light that this could bring in, aside from like maybe a little bit. Also, despite the fact that there are houses, I don't think we'll be going in them. We might, I don't know. If we do, I'll have to redraw the door, but I think maybe we go in this building, if any of them, because it's your house. I think I need to get rid of the skylights and then put them in and flip them. Because they don't look right now. Yeah. Let's see what else is going on that I care about. Kill team update looks nice. Don't know anything about it yet. Would like to know something about it. Chaos Colts won Nova, which means that everyone's gonna bitch whenever I play CSM right now, despite the fact that CSM is like really a shallow book in my opinion. Like, not 9th edition orc shallow, but shallow. Like, there's not a lot of build options. And I'm not doing the Chaos Cult list because that list is annoying as shit to buy, paint, and own. Do you have time for all of the fucking guys? Do you have enough bullets for them? Like, just activation locking them. The Space Marine, okay, so here's why people are excited about the Space Marine game. A, it's a Space Marine game. B, it has multiplayer, and the multiplayer for the first Space Marine game apparently was banger, but I never got into it. 2, the story ended on a cliffhanger, and it sucks that it ended on a cliffhanger. And so now we finally get to see what the fuck was going on with that story. Like, decades later. Like, he got arrested by the Inquisition, or at least called in by the Inquisition. That's not good. You don't want that. That's bad news bears right there, my dude. And ending the game with, like, the Inquisition is calling and they want to know what you've been up to is bullshit. Not Fat Shark, yeah. I had such high hopes for Darktide, and Darktide just continues to be a disappointment of a game for me. Like, it was literally just like the game I was playing until another game came along. Like, it's not very good. You wish you were dead. If you get caught by the 40k Inquisition, dying would be a good idea. And if you can do it where they can't capture your soul or torture you beyond the grave or anything, that's probably a good idea too. Like, sometimes it'll be fine, but usually it's not. I would recommend dying if you ever get caught by them. I think it's the Inquisition is calling in a favor, or that he's going to be part of Death Watch or something, where like Death Watch is for when Xenos, like aliens, are acting weird, not for when you need, like, you know, demon hunters necessarily, but you've got a specific problem with a specific kind of alien and you need someone who's specialized in killing that kind of alien. Originally started to stop the War of the Beast with the orcs. And they just were like, hey, this is actually a fucking great idea. I do enjoy, yeah, team of 4 idiots, like, group up and try not to die is a really cool genre. I'm a huge fan of it as well. Do you think you'd ever give content warning a try? I think I already streamed that, didn't I? It's the game where you're the censor for not British TV. It was made during COVID, I want to say. I streamed it and even got offered a free copy of the DLC, but opted not to do it because just it didn't go over well. Chat. That was not for broadcast. What's Oh, the YouTuber one. Yeah, that kind of depends on whether or not people want it. Whether or not there's an audience for it as well. Okay, I can get rid of this layer now. And then we need to go... It's Lethal League, but... Got it, okay. That one's co-op, yeah. I mean, Lethal League is as well, right? Didn't the hype die for it almost immediately? Yeah. Like, I wanted to play it when I came back from, like, me doing the move, but by the time I came back from my move, it was already, like, not a thing. I want the paint to be a little denser. It's kind of taking too long to, like, add a color. Yeah, there we go. Because it's acting like I'm just pushing around the paint that's on the canvas rather than... I need to probably look at shingles on a roof rather than just trying to draw them based on memory. All right, here we got someone's house. Oh, I guess this guy's like a contractor or some shit. I mean, that's great, but I just want to look at your house, man. There we go. A new A-frame built now on Airbnb. Oh, okay, so this is like metal panel? Is that how they did the roof? Yeah. It's just like, rather than up and down stripes, it's down. Depends on what model you want. Yeah, that's true as well. I kind of think I want shingles, man. Like, I don't think I want, because shingles do this really interesting thing up here where like they get a little bit like of water damage and then they like sink. So then there's like a little bit of like green, like moss and shit, especially up near the top. I kind of want to add that. What you got there, Shadow Wolf? Yes! Yes, family, yes! This is it. There it is. We're ignoring the solar panels, but the rest of it is good. You gonna put it in little wood details? Yeah, 100%. Let me get chat open. Okay, there we go. And then that reference image. Thank you, Shadow. This is exactly what I was looking for. All right, so now I need like a gray. And it looks like a cooler gray. So let's mix up this cool gray. So we get our blue, and then we add a little bit of white. We could probably just do this in the mixer instead. And it looks like there's a lot of variety to this. Did I thank Haybean for the 1.5 years? I think I did. Jugglenomicon, thank you for the 7 months of support as well. Not a loaf of bread, I know I didn't thank them. No, I did. Okay, Clown Pubes. Hey, how you doing, man? All right, we're gonna just make the roof kind of this bluey gray kind of color, and then we'll back this down with random other tiles and stuff. Aside from the desire to do so, what's to stop someone from walking up on top of an A-frame? Also, I think just A-frames are cool as fuck looking building. realized I didn't have a background layer for the sky. So I'm just gonna put in a base color like that. I actually kind of like that color for the roof as well. But yeah, that's gonna let us know where we need to like clean up so that way it doesn't look like it's extending past where it oughta. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good with that color. I think we can make this work. All right, now for the slate roof thing, it looks like there's just like a little bit of black for the lining. I'm gonna go for right there, maybe up a bit. I've just seen no proof of its existence. That's a fake game with fake screenshots, and I wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Interesting. I believe it's a real game because you can look up its thing on Steam. Wait a minute. If the shadow is on this side, then that means the light's coming from that side. Yeah. I'm gonna have to do some like walks around in nature here soon just for like pictures. Just to kind of like take pictures of what is YouTube chat perceived. Yeah, they're just not saying anything. Yeah, I don't have chat on screen because chat says curse words. I'm gonna do this for Artcade, so I don't want curse words on Artcade. Just made it as like advertiser friendly as possible on that front, and then I'm just advertiser unfriendly on everything else. What is this song originally? I've heard this song before, but I don't remember what it's called. It's a classical piece. Claire de Lune? Okay, thank you. Everyone was already on that shit. They're like, yeah, I know what you're talking about. All right, so because the green is gonna be, or the sun is on this side, they need a bit more green in here for that. Because like houses will just start growing moss on them if they're old enough. And then this is more like lo-fi hip-hop. Electro swing usually has a little bit of a swing to it, yeah. I think we can combine these layers now. All right. Oh. Could have done this with tape. We got a new layer, and it's going to be a different purple. Let's go one hair lighter, and we need to just add these in kind of at random, and then we need to add like kind of a brown staining to some of this. Kind of more or less random on where we're going to be putting these slates, these lighter spots, and we're going to do less of them over on this side because this side is darker because it's not getting as much sun. But we can still use the same colors repetitively. It's Rev is short for Reverend, because I am a legally ordained minister, which is very easy to pull off and not actually impressive. But it is interesting because you're like, what? I didn't know you were Christian, and then I go, I'm not. Which makes it even weirder. But I legitimately had a thought of just like giving up streaming and becoming a man of the cloth that doesn't actually believe in it. Just that way I could have a steady income. Decided against it. I wouldn't even really call it a grift. I agree with what that Jesus dude was saying. It's mostly his followers that I don't agree with, you know? The Jesus dude was doing all right, you know? He said, take care of your neighbor. I don't care if they're a prostitute or a leper or whatever. Like, take care of them. It's a pretty good gig, you know? Collect more titles. There's not too many more left to collect. I'm already a lord, a reverend, game developer, an artist, streamer, a video game player. What is there left for me to... I did not pass the bar, no. It's hard. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's very hard to pass the bar. It's like not everyone can do it or something. I don't know. It's weird. I think a lot of people who do it don't believe. I mean, I'm tempted to say a lot of people don't, but there's no way to really know. And you can't really say that someone's like intentionally trying to scam, but like that would essentially be what I would be doing, is I would be scamming people into believing that I actually believed what they did. And that's like kind of not cool because I don't. Like, it seems a little bit unethical to... The singer, musician, thank you for the gift sub, Orthogonal. We got to build up this color over a few different repetitions to really get it right. I don't know, man. If you were wanting to... Yeah, I think like clergy would probably be closer to what I would do. It's literally just like, I don't know, help little ladies out and shit. It's really not about like the you know, getting paid gobs of money, because I don't think that that's right. But like, it's about like, you know, for me, it would be using the church as a place where people go to get help. Also, isn't there not actually any law that says anything close to whatever the people who claim you get to be a lord by buying land? I mean, like, Sealand's different because, like, Sealand does actually make its own rules. Whether or not you acknowledge the micronation of Sono Mega Church, yeah. I wish I could turn this thing, but you can't because it's not a real object that can be turned. But I really wish I could get some of these lines slightly different. Like if I could actually turn this thing to the angle that like it's being... I mean, also, like, I'm a little worried about this house maybe being a little... I learned some interesting shit about HOAs that I didn't know this morning. I didn't know that HOAs are responsible to actually do shit. Did you know that? Like, I didn't realize that HOAs were like taking on some of the responsibility of like the local government and like making sure that they had like working roads and shit. Like, never been a part of an HOA. Seems like a bad deal to me, but you have to pay dues, and the dues come out as like they use that to like make the roads work and shit. And I'm like, are you saying you've invented like micro towns? Like, I think that's what they are effectively. It's like little micro towns. That the developers go, look, you don't even have to serve this part of town because like there'll be an HOA. So like if you just let us build this shit, we'll make a cool ass fucking part of your city that will pay you taxes, but you don't actually have to do shit for them. And then cities are like, yeah, that makes sense. We'll do that. That's wild, man. That is fucking wild to me. That seems like we should be throwing some shit out in the harbor or something. Kind of try and soften up some of these lines. I feel like there's maybe a little bit too much space in between the shingles. Yeah, there's no checks and balances, and they have rights to your property. Like, you could get kicked out of a community for just not being old enough anymore if they decided it was a senior citizen place, and then it's just like, well, you're not allowed to live here anymore. You signed the HOA agreement. You agreed that if we ever decided to change the rules on who is allowed to live here, you're not it. HOAs were generally made for racism reasons. I mean, you know. Yeah, but it's wild that like a city can just go, cool, so we just won't do anything for those people. Yeah, you can build your buildings there. That's a weight off my mind. That is fucking wild. Like, I don't understand how they think they can get away with like that. Whatever. But yeah, I'm excited for the new Space Marine game. I'm hoping that that's going to be like actually good. Well, if I were rich, yeah, I mean, and I wanted to keep my money, I don't know if an HOA is the way to do it even. That's what's wild, is I don't get that bit of it. Is like, do they just not pay their dues then? Because yeah, I'm not gonna, if I can avoid it, like I'm not gonna move into an HOA. They're horrible. But you know, I'm preaching to the choir here, I think, and not like any of us are gonna own houses, so. I almost like want a borderline white for some of this. Just to make it clear where the sun's actually hitting. Give it a little bit more visual interest. And really show where these shingles are. Gonna put cardboard in the woods. Oh, like live in a house in the woods. Yeah, that's fair. Will this game have a day-night cycle? Man, I've been thinking about that a lot. And, so I think the central gameplay loop is you wake up, you go outside. This is what you see because this is the outside of your house. And then you go from there. HOAs are like the opposite of a commune, yeah. It's like, what if you did a commune stupid and evil? Okay, but anyway, you go outside and like you have to go get new fellas, new critters for your bait. So you're gonna have to go down to, you know, good places to get them. You can go to the, you know, the bait shop to get some there. Maybe you sell some excess like stuff that you caught that your little creature that lives in your house doesn't want. Or like you're like fine with like kind of starving the thing a little bit in order to make sure that you can get some cool rod or something that you have like that the shop has available for you. You go get that stuff and then you come back home and you go out onto the dock and then you fish and you think about your day. And that's the gameplay loop. Feed your fella simulator. Kinda. But never start my little guy. Well, the little guy that I'm referring to is not the little square block guy. It's like each of these houses has... Here, hold on. I can actually show you. Also, first off, look at how cool that is. These houses all have these vats next to them. And there's this one, and then there's this one. There's this one. And then there's this one. I'm shooting for like Moomin levels of cozy. So that vat is for like excess fella that you're growing. But yeah, I think movement levels of cozy is what we're going for right now. And then I need to go back to this green. I'm gonna get some green together with some yellow, and then we're gonna mix it together a bit. And that gets us like a, yeah, this, but brighter. Thank you. We need to live in circular we need to have circular furniture for the square guy who lives in a triangle house. You have a solid point. All right, erase that since we have the color now. And then we just want to add it. Kind of just like highlight some of this. Some of the stuff that we already highlighted previously, but this time we're highlighting just the grass on it, and that way that the moss can kind of pop against the cool grays of the thing. Every house comes with a built-in sourdough starter that you have to take care of. Yeah, exactly. And it's like, it's an honor to be picked as one of the people who does this. Like, and not everyone can make it. Not everyone can like succeed as someone who takes care of these things. And it's like, despite how like borderline impossible it is to take care of these things, because like you do have to risk like starvation for yourself in order to keep them alive, like there's still like a stigma that like if you know, if your creature dies or like it, you know, moves on, you're kind of a failure. Like, some people will see you as a disappointment to your family if you're unable to take care of this creature. Because not everyone gets chosen to do this. So they're just like, well, since you got chosen, you're gonna make a good go of it, right? So like, it's not like a religious thing. It's more of just like a regular, like, it's just like a thing that happens in this universe where some people get chosen to be caretakers of these things. And it's mostly a cooperative experience. It could be not, because of all the Alright, I need to add a little bit of like, first off, I need to do something with this smokestack thing. Which I've noticed a lot of them have like this little wire. I'm not sure what that wire is for. All right, now painted barn. That I spelled bard, which is a different thing entirely. I want to see paint on wood. Open image and new link. Okay, cool, cool. Maybe to prevent it from getting knocked over in a strong breeze. Yeah, that could be it. Keep thinking that this green is a black. And we might add like some flags or maybe like smoke or something, but that's going to be painted on a separate layer. So like we don't need to worry about that right now. All right, so if the sky is blue, complement to that is, and then I want to get darker with it, but I want to add a little bit of the, I want to add like a little bit of this here. That's too blue. It pops too much with the there we go. How upsetting of a game would it be if... Okay, so here's a thing that I've been kind of like worrying about in my brain. You guys tell me whether or not I'm crazy or not. So with most roguelike card games, which this isn't, but it's definitely going to be confused for one. But for most of them, it's generally accepted that like things are hard in the beginning and they get easier, but also harder because like you're getting better and so are the enemies, right? Like, what if the challenge isn't like that though? Like, what if... What if it just always kind of feels like My Summer Car, where you're just like barely scraping by to keep your shit together and you're just getting your ass pounded by reality? Like, you just can't get a good enough hand, deck, whatever the wording would be. There's definitely an audience that enjoys getting fucked over. I just don't know if it's the same group that likes card games. Lady Fortune is not on your side. The Dark Souls of cozy fishing games. Yeah, I guess. Not really. And it's like, the story's gonna play out more or less the same every time, but just your reaction to it changes like how good certain cards are. If you never hang out with a character, their card is never gonna get good. But hanging out with them also might be a situation where it's just like they say something shitty to you that day, and and it really upsets you, and then that negatively affects their card when you're trying to fish with it. Social link, go. What if Go Fish had social links, essentially? I wouldn't even say it's grinding. Okay, so the grass isn't gonna grow, or the moss isn't gonna grow where the sun isn't. So it'll grow over here maybe a bit. And maybe a little bit here. Maybe a little bit here. Maybe a little bit here. And then we're gonna add some more like brown black. Please don't make an autistic depression sim. I'm not autistic, so I wouldn't know how to do that. But I might accidentally make that. I don't think that these layers need to be very well... This layer does not be super well defined, but I do want to like have some of this brown kind of work in. I think this is a processing layer. I don't think that this is like a... I need to work on the grain of the wood to some degree. I also need to worry about the darkness. Catfish antagonist? Oh, yeah. I guess. Like, I don't think a game about fishing where you're not allowed to catch fish is, like, I think you should prep yourself for, like, this is not going to be easy, is it? Like, you need to catch fish, but you're not good at catching fish. But I think we do like one of these every other week, and we'll have the graphics for this game set up in almost no time. Like every other week, we draw one house at some point during the week. Then we're good, right? Because there's 6 houses. 6 houses, right? And... still need to come up with names. I mean, what's funny is that, like, for the names, I was thinking of using just, like, names that, you know, start with the same letter as King, Queen, Jack, Ace. Then I realized that Ace is a real name, Jack is a real name, King could be a name, Queen is not really a name. Like, King is the name of a dog. King is not the name of a person, right? Like, So should I... Queenie is a real name? Queen Latifah? I just thought that was like a nickname. That's her real ass name? Final Fantasy Type O had 13 characters named after cards. I've heard of pets with, yeah, I would imagine a pet named Queen would be fine. And I could put a little, like, reference to One Piece in Ace's area. Like, misspell Ace the way that Oda did for his tattoo or something. What's your opinion on the name Fifi? Again, sounds like the name of a dog. I don't think that sounds like a person name. It's not a bad name. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know about that one. But yeah, so you go see everything that everyone's doing, and then you go home and you kind of reflect on the day while you have, you know, while you fish. So like, that almost feels like a day-night cycle, or at least like something equivalent to it would be a good idea. Fee could work as a name for a person. At some point, I'll have to show you guys the character designs that I've already got worked out for the other guys. And they're still subject to change, obviously. But you could make it around time blocks instead. So here's the deal with time blocks. Is like, I have to... If I'm doing it like that, I'm going to have to paint this twice. I mean, I guess I could just use shaders, but... I think there's something different about something being tinted the color and the sun actually showing some progression in that it would only hit one side of the building or another with the shadows, for example. Painted wood. All right, we gotta make these boards more wood. I think we go for a very, 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 very dark brown that's related to the orange that we've been using. And I think that we also need to maybe move some of these lines around. And then we need to do some like... I mean, we're not gonna get a lot of detail on stuff from this far back as far as wood grain goes, but I think I want to sculpt it in and then use it to inform where like drips would be, where, you know, that kind of stuff is happening. I also think that these boards are being made skinnier at parts here. And honestly, like the paint on the wood will kind of cover up a lot of this. I think I'm gonna have to do a day-night cycle. There's some really cool stuff that I was looking into as far as Godot's lighting engine. I'm not sure how much I can really use it in a way that actually seems like sensical. But it's very cool. I don't know. What would you guys do if you were me? How would you deal with the day-night cycle thing? Because I want there to be a certain time where, like, the player goes, I should go home and do my stuff. But I want it to feel like that there's a reason to do it aside from just, like, I've done everything I need to in town. Like, God, just let me go fishing. Fucking goddamn it. Make a blue overlay that color stuff? I mean, we could do that. Spawn some zombies. I want this game to not have those kind of threats. You know? I mean, we could see what this looks like with like a real cheap blue filter over it. I mean, so far it looks great. I'm loving the aesthetic of this thing. Let's just try like a real cheap, easy blue overlay. Or like, whatever. It could be getting close tonight. Huh. Maybe like purple instead? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think that it can be done like that. I think that it's got to be like... I mean, obviously, it's going to look different whatever Godot adds to the thing instead. A lot of it is because I am informing where these shadows are going to be by drawing it. I've given myself lots of little fun projects, by the way, to do along the way here. Like, I'm really excited for the bridge and the shipyard. I kind of think that we should go more or less left to right to some degree on working on these areas. Just that way, the area closest to the player begins to be done maybe soonest. But doesn't really matter either way. Contrast could emphasize the difference in time as well. I should probably save, it's been a minute. I think we're gonna have to do all the ground at once. But I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. Alright, so now I want a gray. But I want a different gray than this. Let's start over at the orange, and then I want it to be... It's almost purple? I think I'm gonna make this yet another layer, and we're gonna put it onto this one. And I'm thinking that this guy needs a little bit of a paint job. Like, some of the paint has worn away over the years. And now we're left with kind of a lot of very just splotchy paint on where it should be. What is the pattern for this? Like, what boards get messed up when the paint starts to chip? It's probably the ones that get the most sunlight, I would expect, right? What parts of the wood chip first? I want to say we start here. The house looks great. That's great. Well, welcome back. We've been doing little like pokes and prods at this thing since I started this morning, and I think it's looking good. I think I'm actually gonna like hard erase some of the gray, and that way it looks like it's still there to some degree. And it gives a much harder line, which will give it that look that I'm going for with the chipped paint. Now, it seems like it likes to try and get like little bits of the wood around knots and stuff gone, but like the interior of the knot itself stays. And then I want a really dark color. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do like a little bit of a shadow for the this is a bit of the paint that's chipped off, but like ever so slightly kind of like hovering away from their refined or actually painted wood. Like the painted bit is hanging out a little bit, and so we're seeing some of the shadows from where the paint chips are happening. Well, I'm referencing some like really chipped wood over on my second monitor. How are we doing on the chipping? So first off, I think that the entire build is looking great. Like the painting is looking really solid so far. No, you're good. That is a good idea. Like you always should work with references and then it looks like we get like little bits of like other wood colors going on. Because like the wood itself is going to have multiple different layers as well. So like, or it's going to have its own shading and lighting and unevenness. So we're going to add like little bits of blue here and there to show that this is like a little bit lighter of a spot. The Lunar client has no... Okay, that's great. I'm not using it right now, so that's fine. Ah, okay. If you're looking for stream music, stuff from Street Fighter 3rd Strike OST. I will keep that in mind for the next, I'm gonna ask you again in a minute once this soundtrack ends. I mean, it may not be the vibe I'm looking for. I'm looking for kind of chill jams. But yeah, definitely. We can give that a go. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon music. I mean, that could be good, yeah. You could also desaturate the brown. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's give that a go. Let's, you know what I was thinking is like we could, let's go like sideways from here. And, kind of desaturated a bit by adding a little bit of this on there. FTL is a good one as well. We might have gone too far with the grime here, but we can back it down just a bit. The Stellaris OST? Valhalla is my go-to one. Yes, 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 yes. Let's go. And I'm just gonna listen to like full soundtracks. This is for copyright reasons. If I listen to the whole thing, I can find out whether or not I'm gonna get copyright claimed if I use it. So like, and if I do, I can figure out exactly which songs are not okay. I also think that I need to add some like grime, because I don't really feel like we got grime going right now. We just have like chipped paint. Oh my god. What are you crocheting with tiny hooks? My wife likes to crochet. She's gotten more into knitting since she got into knitting, but she started off as a crocheter. Couldn't figure out knitting. Apparently a fairly common problem. If you want to pick up knitting, I would suggest continental style knitting. That apparently is what allowed her to figure it out. You're making amigurumi, and that's what you do with crochet. Crochet makes a much denser fabric, so you can make things that are like freestanding, like fellas. It uses up more, it uses up more yarn than something like, knitting, but it is a thicker fabric. So if you are cold, that's some fucking, that shit will keep you warm. Maybe a little too warm. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, no, no. There we go. Wrong layer. I remember you telling us about the tech bros that tried to corner the market on knitting. I recall that video, mansplaining to grannies about knitting. Like, maybe like the technology hasn't changed much because it doesn't need to. Maybe this technology is just kind of what it needs to be. Like, there's not a lot that can be done with crochet hooks. Like, they're kind of, same with knitting needles, like they kind of figured out how to make like the optimal form of that, and then they started doing that. Right, the shadow's not going to be on that side, it's going to be on this side. All right, so then the shadow is going to have to go at least as far as here. And then, like, we can have a little bit more there. You can make knitting machines, but you can't make crochet machines. Which I think is wild, but it's because of how crocheting is done. Anyone who thinks that I'm wrong, I will get you a gift sub. I'm so confident that my wife is right about this that I'm willing to bet money. I trust my wife 100%. That they've never made a crochet machine. And apparently it's just because of like the way that you hold a crochet hook and how the weave works. I trust, okay, you know what? Rattler, if anyone's gonna figure out how to like program a machine to do a thing, Rattler knows how to fucking program. It might be onto something, if they're saying it too. I can't do machine programming. It's the same thing. Having done machine programming, just a little bit, like with Arduino and shit. It's kind of the same thing, man. Also, I realized that this window is like slightly off. So we're gonna have to like shift the whole window over. No, that's right, actually, because it would be, you would get to see more of one side rather than the other. Okay, never mind. We can just leave it. Cool. One house down. I'm trying to think of how to explain why you can have a knit machine and not a crochet machine. It's like the way that it juggles the thing. No, I don't think you can make a machine that crochets. I legitimately do think that that might actually be impossible. Like, knitting is, again, husbandsplaining. I don't actually know this stuff, but like, as far as I can figure, knitting seems to be juggling a thread between two metal pulls, whereas like, you know when your cord gets real fucking tangled and you have to like pull the cord through like loops and stuff? Like, the knot works with like that, where you're pulling, I think you're pulling it through loops and such, as opposed to like juggling the yarn to twist it on top of each other. It's like you're actually just like pulling yarn through loops, I think. Getting tension's one of the hardest things about knitting and crochet, from what I understand. My wife used to teach it, so like, again, not an expert, but I realized that that side needed a bit of a highlight. And then we probably need like some sort of way of getting in and out of the house. And maybe a little bit of a highlight on the window. We might add some like details of what's in the building once I actually figure out what the fuck that is. I also need to probably set up a vat for our fella. Yeah. So let's maybe do that. I mean, we can just have like a door opening sound rather than actually have a door opening animation. I think it's gonna look really cute by the time I'm done with it. I'm pretty fucking happy with how that turned out. Rename this player house. I don't even think that you could crochet, or you could make a machine that crochets, because I think that motion is difficult. Man, all this crochet talk is making me want to start another amigurumi project, which I'll never get finished. Yeah, but what if you did finish this one, man? Like, what if you did finish it? You know? What if this time you decide I'm actually gonna finish this one? Right? Do it, dude. Also, welcome by. I actually kind of think that that green might be the right color for the water. That's kind of gross. We're not, we don't really have any water right now. Like, in my IRL neighborhood. So that's kind of a problem. Should probably figure out how to do like a dirt path, bunny trail. Why am I seeing dicks? No, I'm kidding. I forgot that that's also the name of, thank you for the gift sub, Orthogonal. Enjoy it. Signature. Oh, I hate that kind of shit too. Orthogonal is good people. I also want to have some like particle effects for like piles of leaves and shit. It's looking good, watching you progress into digital art real quickly. Yeah, I feel it, man. All right. I know I want this to be like gray to some degree. But we got to make sure that we can find it again later. So let's just go ahead and paint in a gray area here for this. And that way we know where the banks are, so we can put the water in, so that way we can put in a lot of shit. You want a lake water ref? Sure. I actually want to like, probably like download a YouTube video of a river and then just paint over the splashing water. And then use that as an animation to put on top of Satan's Kingdom, right next to Middlebury New Filmmakers Festival. Huh, okay. Or we're probably gonna add some like trees and shit. I don't know where, but we're gonna have to add some for surezies. I've been drawing like little details that I can have in the foreground. Did not expect the alerts Discord name. Yeah, sorry about that. I legitimately don't know how to change it, and I've asked that no one explain it to me. So it can continue to be fucking weird. Okay, good enough that we know where the bridge is. This also probably needs to be like multiple layers instead of just one. Okay, I already added this to the soundtrack. Cool. All right, so we got the bridge. We got a few more houses. We need to add the vat behind our house. Which cool. The cool thing is we probably will never have to actually code the fella using it. Yeah, lakes kind of have like this green to them. Chat's Patreon Discord abbreviates to dork. Great. I've drawn enough of these little vats in recent memory that I can probably draw one from memory without actually having to pull it out. All right, first off, what layer is this? This is a nothing layer, okay. The grass isn't very like water area. Yeah, like all the grass looks very healthy, which is something that needs to be, you know, I need to keep that. Also noticed something. I played a round of Slay the Spire earlier, and something I noticed. I screwed up, so I'm restarting. Yeah, you don't have the ability to reorganize your hand, but also you lose your hand at the end of every turn. So like, you kind of just need to understand what the handful of cards you've got do, like literally your handful, and that's it, right? So like, it's kind of a different experience than what you get in Go Fish, where like you keep a hand for a long amount of time. But because I'm gonna make it so that way effects are kind of done together, I think it should work. So I order it in order, but because like, you know, I do it in, you know, all the rod stuff in one section, all the lure, then the bait, then the fellas. You do it in that order, and it's more or less numerical order as well. And they all have separate abilities that are, you know, unique to each other. Yeah, everyone just calls it the Rev Chord, despite its name actually being Rev's Funhouse. Like, even me, I refer to it as the Rev Chord. All right, I need like a steel gray. Like, I don't want it to have like a religious vibe to it. To taking care of these things. Because that's not really what this is. Well, we should be getting some rain and some, you know, good weather here soon in my neck of the country. So it should start to, you know, look like fall. If we can get some rain, then I can see what the lake looks like during the fall. But I mean, I walk by the ocean every morning. It's like so fucking cool that I can say that. Like, I drop my wife off at work and then I walk by the ocean. You ain't seen fall shit until like October. Right, yeah. So like, I'm not too concerned about some of the details in this, like as far as what it's gonna look like, because I'm like, I'll figure that out next month. Like, not out of laziness, but out of like, literally, I will understand what that looks like later. What color is glass? Is it teal? Kind of. Light teal is the color of glass. I think that's right. Yeah, it's like a... somewhere in there? I think it's that blue. It's kind of whatever the color is behind it, but I think it's a lot of like it reflecting off of stuff. And like, we can get a little bit darker with it where like multiple sheets of glass are like, I mean, honestly, putting glass outside's a fucking awful idea. That's how you start fires, but we're not worrying about that. Because aesthetically, it looks cool if there's glass outside. So we're putting glass outside. It occurs to me that all this blue needs to be on a separate layer. Hello, Abby. There we go. So now, whatever background color we make it, we can just use for VATs. Does Abby get in fights with the stairs? No, she just gets confused by them. Like, she's not sure where everyone is. Crystal balls are a fire hazard because they sit in the sun. Right. I don't think we need that line right now anymore. Like borderline, I don't think we need that line anymore at all, actually. That's interesting. All right, I'm gonna save this. And then I want to export it to the game, and I just want to see what it looks like in game. Writing to file. That's a chunky boy. What's going on the Warhammer Discord? New shit to buy from a bootlegger. Not interested. All right, well. Yeah, crystal balls end up being very similar to I also need to just go outside at some point with like a decent piece of recording equipment and just like stand there. Well, the new shit's cool because it's like, I mean, that's what that guy does is he prints, you know, 3D clones of official GW shit. Oh, okay, cool. And it's already loaded in the changes that we've made. Okay, cool. Let's give it a go. See what it looks like. Oh, I turned off the leaf generator. Just because it does this. I don't think Raitler saw this. We made a particle generator that just drops leaves on you as you go. And then we messed around the parallaxing some, so that way we could kind of just see what it looks like. I love how the fellow walks. I want him to have that little bit of a wobble. I think we can do a cleaner version of this, but more or less, this is what he's going to look like. That dude is so cute. Like, this looks kind of like how a game looks, you know? You're only gone for 30 minutes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a pretty cute walk animation. I'm liking it a lot. I think we're making some good progress aesthetically. With the leaf generator, can we make it so that way it does multiple different types of leaf? Draw order. What genre is the game going to be? It's going to be it's Go Fish as a card game, but like Baltro, all of the cards have special abilities and stuff. And yeah, it's like Moomin X Go Fish Baltro X My Summer Car. So core mechanics are going to be similar to, yeah, Jigglenomicon, you should be permitted. Copy value and then paste value. We can't get it to draw multiple things. Emission shape, particle flags, direction, angle, scale, hue variation, animation. Meets Minecraft story mode, yeah. Okay. Huh. So maybe we just like copy this, knock it down to about half, and then make another version. Like, can we just like copy, paste, and then make this 8 and make the other one 8? And now it looks more or less the same on both, but then we just changed what the leaf looks like. So I guess let's draw another leaf. File new. I would also like to start getting some music together for it, or sound effects, but oaks are very common up here. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm going for. Oak and Rahel. I need like a leaf that's like at a different angle than the one that we drew. Maybe we draw a few of them, you know? Where's my pencil? Hello? Tablet? You here? There we go. All right, and then we go with black. And then we pull open Twitch. Hey! Or thank you for another gift sub. The magic of the internet. So this is the game you've been working on. Town center for the game. I think you're like slightly further along in your project than where I'm at, but you're like in the same like area code. And that makes me think that I think that you're on the right path. Yeah, for sure. Monbatsu vibes. It's got that PS1 filter on it, I think. .3D adventure paranormal thingy. Yeah, the aesthetic looks pretty good, man. I think the part that I'm like least looking forward to is writing hundreds of lines of dialogue for my fellas. I mean, I know that there's set pieces that I want to have. So like anytime I make one of these games, I'm thinking about this in the same way that I thought about like March of the Mice and stuff like that, where I have like scenes that need to happen, you know? So like in March of the Mice, a scene that like I thought of very early was like the battle scene, you know, and stuff like that, or like the scene with the like the Halloween episode was another scene that I was like, I should make that as an aesthetic. That should be like a bit that happens. And that's kind of how I'm thinking about this as well. But one of the things that was neat about the Town of Nowhere and the March of the Mice is like I could see how people reacted in real time to a situation and then audible a little bit to like, you know, make it go in whatever direction that y'all wanted it to go. But generally speaking, it was just, you know, predicting what chat was gonna say and do, which is like, generally speaking, just be a monster fucker and a goblin. So like, you know, plan for that and then reward the player base by doing what you want them to do, which is to progress the story. Rewards are very much dependent on who's playing, but with that game, it was monster fuckers. So then you appeal to the monster fuckers and they do what you want, you know? I hate... Okay, what is causing this? Let's fix this because this is new. Like, why is it making a copy of it? Keep original image. No, there we are. I also need to set up like an interact button. I have one with E, it just doesn't do anything yet. I would imagine it's just like a hitbox outside the player character that just like check to see if there's anything in the box, and if it collided with something like that. I don't know how it exactly works, but I would imagine it's just going to be like a square hitbox that just falls in front of your fella, and you go from there. Just slightly offset to where he'd be looking. Pirate Software recently did say don't use placeholder graphics. I don't agree with him at all. He's also not the artist for his team, so he can say that, but there's tons of ways to do interactions. Well, there's actually like an asset library I was looking at that helps with like visual novel-esque interactions. It looks pretty cool, so I might give that a go. I feel like you guys are... Will the cards be hot? The fellas that 4 times 2, 6 times 2, 12 cards will be based after will be hot. Or cute, depending. I'm not really sure what chat finds hot and or cute when it comes to fellas. The line there is kind of fuzzy at times. These are so small, they just need like some texture variants and that's it. Okay, cool. Export single layer. Leaf 2. Hey, no worries, Jugglenomicon. Yeah, no, it looks great. Hey, it's Natalie. How you doing, dude? Thank you for the 78 months of support. I hope you're doing well. I've gone into video game development. I made games. Drawing. Oh, why are you acting like these are so much smaller? Huh. 0.15? Congrats on the Dami Kami Mami. Yeah, it did pretty good. Is that going to be enough variance? time. Give us a little bit of randomness. I think that looks okay. I kind of want to do the what if occasionally it has one weed that comes down? That's pretty good. I kind of want to do that giant background area. Looking out the car window as it drives through the forest. So just lots of trees. I should become a gardener. You should. Like, it's very cool because our next door neighbor is like super into gardening. So we kind of get like the benefits of it without having to deal with the downsides of it. Like, we don't have to do the work. We just get cool flowers. Just hanging out where we can see them. Yeah, we could have a little reference somewhere. So I'm looking at an image of flowers to give your... Oh, I'm not going to take the flowers for it, but you know. Player house. So if the background is moving at a different speed than us... My best friend grows vegetables in his yard. That's awesome. I gave my millipedes a carrot earlier. You care for millipedes? Like, not saying like you give a shit about them. I mean, I guess you do, but like also like, do you take care of them? Yeah, they're little adorable guys. Cool, cool. What is this layer? This is the new layer that I just created. Okay. All right. They eat carrots? They'll eat anything? Nice. I do like the idea of having the sky be this kind of neutral blue. Let's turn on all this garbage for a second. So where are we putting the layer for it going sideways? I'm drowning in yarn, barf, help. Too bad. You chose this life by deciding to be a knitter. You want me to help you? You can't help yourself, man. I haven't typed the whole time because of that? Well, really not a me issue. That's really a you thing. Okay, do you think that the background forest should be visible out to there, maybe? Maybe we have like a couple different... Yeah, okay, so maybe we have like 3 tiers of stuff in the background, and then we have the front ground, and then we have like our foreground layer. So this far back one here will actually, well, not on that layer. We're just doing a little bit of planning right now. So like this layer, I guess it could go, I mean, it's just gonna go off into the forest somewhere. Yeah, okay, so it goes off and then it goes off into the, it's gonna be really weird to how do you parallax that? Because this is going to be moving at a different speed than this bit. And this bit. So yeah, I think this is where our lines are for our different layers. We're going to have to draw them 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So I think that the 4 would probably be the... Yeah, I think this is where we've got our different levels. Autumn trees. If Rev had a P.O. box, I'd send him so many succulent. You know the cats are just gonna eat anything plant-based, right? That's why we don't grow weed. That's why we don't grow anything, really, because like we can't trust the cats not to just try and eat shit. I don't want to save the... I just want to look at images. Imager, what the fuck with you? Or... Instagram, excuse me. Okay, how about this? There's a little bit on both sides that you can't get to, so the fact that this is going to be the same size as the other things is probably going to be okay. Yeah, both of our cats are indoor cats because they're... Abby wouldn't make it outside. Herman would probably be a terrorist. Like, he would cause problems. Like, a lot of problems for any animals that are outside, so... But Abby, I have very little faith would survive an outdoor adventure like that. All outside cats are terrorists? Okay, you say that, but also I don't know if, like, I don't think Abby would be able to survive outside. So I don't think that she would. But not from a lack of trying. Like, she would try, she would just not do a very good job. I think that all of this down here can just be painted as is, and then we can have little... An outdoor cat's #1 hobby is murder. Right. But whether or not Abby is capable of it, she's actually a fairly okay hunter, I guess. All right, I have some sketches that I did of stuff for foreground, but maybe we just work on the background. What does Abby hunt? Mostly little bugs. Catios are good. We don't have a spot for a catio though. But I think like these being the different tiers of how far back they are. This is a weird one. This song? All right. How do we make the... Like, just changing the color palette to be green instead of, like, whatever color my paper happened to be when I took a picture of it has helped quite a bit. I think we just need to find a picture of, like, a tree. Like, a lot of trees. Edge of the forest. I might actually have to go outside and find trees. Maple. I think that this actually needs to be like a light blue. That song's really annoying. Not gonna lie. No? That's a lot more. Intense looking. You know what I could do that would actually really help? That would be very easy to pull off. This layer. This layer could use some love. Line for where you walk. This blue. And we just need to kind of like mess with the background some. Oh, that's the wrong layer. Not adding clouds necessarily, but adding something approximating them. Clouds. I just want the sky to be like multifaceted and have like a lot of like texture to it and love to it. Because without like some visual texture and noise, it's not going to look like much of anything. And then we add a little bit of like random coloring, and this, it's not going to look like much, but it's very impressionist to have like these little splots of color way off in the distance that really don't go, but it just kind of makes you see like some of the shading and stuff in some of the other clouds and all the other stuff. It might be worth making clouds as well as another thing. You know what my biggest fear is right now? Having to actually go back and make some of these. I actually really don't want to do any more coding, but like it's not going to be done if I don't do more coding. Like the coding bit is going to kill me, man. I think I'm going to switch to deadlock once the servers are up at 4. A game about making music called Odata. What is Odata like? Is it on Steam or where do you get that? Steam? Did I just get Ligma'd? Really? That was a Ligma? It's not Ligma, it's real? Yeah, I think I've heard of it. Odata, spelled with 2 Ds. Oda. Duh. It's $10. Here, let's pull up in the thing real quick for it.
Welcome to Odada, a
Yeah.
musical exploration game. In Odada, you experiment with musical machines. You can modify the sound of each level and create your own unique music snippets. Throughout the game, you will discover new machines, new instruments, and new levels that will make every playthrough unique. In the concert, you can ramp up the arrangement. And when your song is complete, turn it into a cassette that you can customize the way you like.
I mean, it's neat, but I don't think this is the style of music that I really want to do.
A never-ending cassette collection. Odada, releasing on Steam on August 15th.
Yeah, it looks great. But yeah, I don't know as if it's really this is not what I'm looking for right now as far as the thing goes. But look at that sky. That looks great. A line where you walk. And then export as single layer, PNG. Documents. No fish. Sky backdrop. We're just gonna plunk it in there and it's not gonna move at all. I am worried about the file size of these images, but you know, it's essentially just one town. Like, this is the whole game left or right that you can experience. So, like, yeah. Just an odd thought to me with the looping lo-fi. Yeah. Oh, electroplankton. Yeah. You're not uploading an 8K peps. What about the individual teeth on my fellas? Like, we have to register each polygon. I don't want a parallax layer. I just want a regular sprite layer, I think. Turn off the leaves for a minute. What is this sprite? That's that sprite. Okay, cool. Where is this? Because this is the exact same size sprite. Transform, position. Somehow don't have a pencil on me? Okay. Three, 3, 7, 9 by -210. Nothing to write on. Won't this squash all the layers together once? Well, maybe. Actually, I might be able to copy value. Sky. cool. I don't think that needs to be parallaxed. Does the sky need to be parallaxed? Probably not, because the sky doesn't really move with you. Or not, right? It's just kind of there. Yeah. I think it looks great. The skyline. The sky could have a little parallax as a treat. It might need it, yeah. All right, how much parallaxing do we want to do? Sky, boom, ba-dum. I want that to be as far back as possible. And then with this, what's the scale on these? Like, how does this work again? It's like scroll. Is it under parallax backgrounds? Where is the thing that makes the background go at a different rate? Is it the parallax layer? Ah, it's the parallax layer. Parallax layer. Motion. All right, so how many? We got 4 layers. Let's do this one at 0.1 speed. And let's see how that looks. That looks good. Just a slight amount of parallax. Yeah, I think we have the furthest back one be 0.01. And then we have some other layers. And then the skeleton picture, yeah, of him getting blown up by the skeleton or by the bomb. Bye. Nothing's up down there. All right. Really far off trees basically will have no definition. So we can do them. Is the map going to be bigger than that, or are you going to add some collision to the edges? That's pretty much it. It might be a little bit bigger, but not a lot. But there are going to be collisions where you can't go off the edge. I don't know if that green, the one back may not need to exist. Well, very far back can exist. All right, so first up, we need to jazz up this teal line to make it more interesting. So, we're gonna add some there we go. It needs to kind of blend in with the next layer behind it, but also not really. Almost had a heated R moment there. I love how it looks like the house is just floating on some... God, I am so not alive. Do we need to add some orange back here? I think we might need to. So maybe we add some like... Ooh, orange though. Not that. I know this all seems very random, but the marks I'm making are very specific, with a little bit of randomness thrown in there for good measure. Select inverse area, delete. Delete. And then we want like a very bright color here in the front. Cause like when I was on my walk home today, I checked to see what it looks like. And like, I've noticed that like on shorelines either have dirt or grass, obviously, or rock, but it's gonna have grass, but only if that part gets in the sun, which is like so obvious. Obviously that's how it works, but you know, like, it's good to know. So that means that we can kind of just like brush a little bit of a lighter green down here. Cool. Check that shit out. It's boring looking, but we can go from here. And I think we can draw individual trees for all of this shit. Is this meant to be like the New England coast? I mean, more or less. Like when I think fall, I think of this aesthetic. And I kind of want it to be fall. I mean, IRL as well, but... I realize that I'm like too close. So if I like kind of back up and then just like put in these lines, I can kind of like flesh out a tree around it and go from there. Some of these lines are bad. Make that bridge covered? I could. We got one of those nearby. It's pretty cool. It might be too much for this area. I kind of like the stone bridge, but they definitely are a thing. I don't think that the blue is really helping. All right, so to get that yellow-orange, like, wall of trees, first off, I think what we want to do... I think this actually needs to be like a blue. Yeah. All right, I only want it to affect the one layer below it. Color burn? No. All right, I think what we can do is we can just put... We'll do a tree. Let's do 2 or 3 trees real quick, and then we can go from there. I think that this will be good. Okay, cool. So this is our layer with all the branches. And then we're gonna just like paint it orange, like this tree. It's gonna be a big old fiery red-orange tree. We're gonna throw some like yellow and shit in there as well, of course. But let's get the main color stuff going. A little bit over here, and then we get a little bit of the red in there, and the red comes from the side, like the most red side is usually also the side with like the most direct sunlight, and we say that the sun is coming from that way, so that means that based on how we did the house. They need to do little like dabs of color in they're mixed. The coding is, I think, the worst part of doing any of this. I think it's the least interesting bit. That might be too much blue. So now I'm going to use this to color mix down to whatever I need. So if it's supposed to be this orange, then this is a saturated orange. I think it has to be the, okay. And now we get rid of this. And then we repaint this whole thing with this. But these colors should actually work. We can actually get rid of that blue layer now. You can get rid of that layer real quick. Because of atmospheric perspective, we need to mix a little bit of blue and a little bit of gray into this. And that's kind of what we just did with the blue layer. Is I just saw what all these colors would look like if they were like tinted blue. And now we're just going over those sections. So that way now it's that color instead of the pure color. This should give it the like perspective that it looks further back. There's some orange. Have some orange here. Have some orange here. You can be a tall fella. You can be a tall fella. You can be a tall fella as well. Look at you growing. Not all trees turn and move at the same rate. Yeah, this is one of several different layers of trees. This is specifically the trees that are the very furthest away. I think I might make large swaths of trees like this and then change the timing on like a couple that are intermixed in between. Oops. Then we also need to add in like some orange and shit for leaf coverage. Just leaves that are on the ground near this situation. It's dull work, but it's the work that needs to be done in order to really bring this all together, is like these random little trees in the background. Luckily, I can kind of get the general strokes of it down fairly quickly. Do you mean a slot machine? Not a sloth machine? Slot. Yeah. It's called a slot machine because you put a coin in the slot. Or like the spinny bits are the slots. This was one of those like situations where like that word made sense as well. And so like, excuse me for being brain dead. Nah, you're good. But that happens like to language where people will do that, where they'll just like throw in another word that like also could kind of sort of work. And originally it ends up being wrong, but then eventually we just decide, actually, no. For all intents and purposes. And all intensive purposes. Yeah, and English isn't your native language. Exactly. Red, add a little bit of red to one side, not the other. Do 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 do. We're adding a little bit of red to make it look like nature's happening. Ba ba da da da, ba da la la, ba da la da 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 da. And then some of these guys need to just be like pure red. You bitch, you're red for no reason, really. All right. And then we need to add some yellow in here as well. What was the other OST that people were suggesting? Not the Marvel one, because we've done that one. Oh, yeah, I only speak English and I fuck it up, so... No, you're alright, Raylor. Stellaris. Stellaris OST. I'd imagine the more languages you pick up, the easier it is to fuck them up. And here's some yellow for this. How are the audio levels? Speak a few different languages and I suck at them all. I speak one language and I suck at it. So you already have a leg up on me. We also don't have to be very specific about these because these are so far back that they just need to have like... I mean, I'd like to fix this situation with this tree. I want it to have like one trunk rather than like 18 for some reason. Got it. Thank you. And I might actually keep this layer for quite a while like this, even though it's wrong. It's fine, and I think that it'll look okay once other layers are introduced. Where's the light source? The yellow leaves wouldn't be that yellow because the light is on the burnt side. I'm doing it wrong. You're right. You're right. Yeah, no, you're right. No, you're right. You're right. Thank you. I just noticed that the red side, or the side that faces the light, gets cooked more, but I think I need to... The trees are gonna have to have some green on them as well. Yeah, we need to figure out what that green is. I was thinking about that as well, because like there's sometimes like one green bastard in there for no reason whatsoever. Noticed in fall pictures. I'm like, did you not get the fucking memo, my dude? And some leaves on the ground, yeah. I mean, like, also keep in mind, this is meant to be like 30 miles away or something. Like, the fact that it's not going to be super detailed is fine. Oops. All right, real quick, let's just do this. This guy can be our green fella here. We have another little bit of green in here, a little bit of green in there. I think we can actually go a little bit brighter, but not a lot brighter for like some of these highlights. Let's see what this looks like in context. It's not done, but it's pretty close. Far off trees. farthest. Cool. And then what is that? What did I furthest back or something like that? Furthest off trees? Wait, why is it not happy? Did it not save right? No, it did. I think maybe it has to be drug into the project first. Forest, are you gonna design your own cards too? Yeah, I've got symbols and stuff worked out already. But unfortunately, I've made the game such that I can do make sure the resource is imported at least once. Got it. Unable to write because it's lacking permissions, which means it's still open somewhere. I've got to pee real bad. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah. It's gonna take it. Cancel? Close this one? Okay, and then we can close this. Don't save. All right, 2 minutes. BRB. I just realized that I want to have my guys talk like Star Fox or Animal Crossing characters, which means that I'm going to have to figure out how to do that. I would imagine that it's just certain sounds. I don't know. Couldn't open. They pronounce each letter sped up. Yeah, so I'm thinking it could probably read a string and just pronounce each letter individually. Or I could do the res is valid is true, returning error can't open. It needs to be opened at least once. Okay. So then can I just throw it in here and tell you what it is? It's in use or locked or using permissions. Okay. Save and close. Not sure what the deal is. We just open up Godot again. I'm so sorry. This is the cringe version of Faster Than Light. There should have never been vocals. This is your fault that I'm listening to it. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Where is it in use? Okay, I've closed that. I've closed this. It's task manager, this bitch. Where are you open? Calculator is open 3 times for some reason. End all calculator tasks. Relatable multiple calculator open? Still open in CSP? I don't think so. I'm just gonna close all the things that aren't necessary for streaming. Oh no, there's a verse on your computer. Okay, we're cool now. Don't know why. Chat. I put it up too high. This will allow you to see them to some degree. Wait. Where the... Oh, I don't think we saved the scene. What's going on here? The sky is above it, which means that this is appearing closer. What's interesting is that the sky layer is essentially... Where the fuck is it, then? Why is it not visible? Yeah, it's just one big old, like, one song playlist. What if I just put this, like, in front of everything? Like, there should be no reason that this is going to be a problem. Right now, anyway. Where are the trees? Like, what have I done wrong here? Like, where is that? I'm gonna just remake this sprite because I don't know what the fuck is wrong with it. Like, there's something wrong with that sprite for some reason. Like, it's just not showing. All right, transform, paste value. Okay, we don't have a value saved anymore. This one, yep. Copy value. Parallax layer, leaf generators. Leaves. Okay. Sprite layer. Paste value. Okay. Go. Are they set up the same way as the sky layer? I mean, yeah. Like, we should be able to see this right here. This grass right there. I mean, I know it's like... maybe it's putting it somewhere higher. I mean, maybe. I'm gonna delete background trees and then copy the sky and then replace the sky. And then this needs to be in front of that. I don't give a shit about grammar or spelling. Tree. Yeah. PS5 finally got a game? What game? Are we 100% sure it's not being hidden by the other layers? Yes. And I'm not sure why what's happening is what's happening. But once I figure it out, then we're gonna switch. Far trees. Because I think whatever error it was having is still somehow affecting it. Not sure how, but I think that's what's happening. Documents. I don't know why you do this. Why do you do this? Add a child node, a sprite, add tree. Cool. This is the new trees that we just got. Let's see if we can see them. All right, we can't. All right, let's put it all the way in the front. Like, even in front of the player character. I know it's wrong, but I don't give a shit. I'm just seeing if I can make it appear. I'm not seeing it still. I legitimately have no idea why this is the case. Re-import. Create child node. What is this called? Parallax? Parallax background. Forest back trees. I'm just gonna do it one by one, all of the things that need to be done. Motion is gonna be 0.5. And then add child sprite. All right, now that's in the wrong spot. So then we need to make it 3379. And then this has to be negative 210. All right. Okay, it's not there. So let's put it all the way back behind sky. What if you tried it in default spot? Sure, fuck it. I mean, behind the sky doesn't sound right. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, I'm dumb. What layer is the character on? Ordering 0 layer. I told you to check the... I know you did. I know you did. But let's not... All right. Sky is at 103. So then this needs to be at 102? No. How about 1? In front of the player. Where is it? Is there a way to zoom out on the camera in the preview to see if you can spot it somewhere else? I don't know what you mean, but sure. Let's turn off the music for a second and bring this up. I've created a canvas layer and attached a sprite as a child. The UI is seen, the sprite is visible. When the game is played, it disappears. Is there any reason for this? Yeah, bro, it happens to me all the time. Or when you add a new canvas layer, your sprite position is actually a global position and not affected by the camera. So if you want the sprite to be visible, you should set it inside the window limits. Set its position to 100 by 100. I don't know if that's the same issue. I don't think it's out of bounds. Offset 1? No. Scroll. Where? Yeah. Like, what is happening? Where is it? Because I don't think it's like technically out of bounds or anything. It's like, okay, what layer is the sky? Like, this should be one above that. Is it following the viewport? It should. Ground. Front trees canvas layer is 0. Like, yeah, let's just put it at 0, you know? Like, let's put it here. And then we'll just put this way in front of everything. I mean, it'll look like dick, but like, this is right up in our face. They're visible, but not where I put them. It's offset. Are you guys noticing that? Maybe it is the thing you sent me? Orthogonal, thank you for the gift sub. That's very cool of you. Enjoy it. What is this? Enya? Inya? I think if I could fly, it's even further up than we expect. And I'm not sure why. Scroll. Offset, parallax layer. Uh-huh. Order. Can we make it? -2? I bet you it's still going to be pretty high up. Yeah, okay. This has something to do with the way that it scrolls. So it is still trying to be above other layers. Can we put this all the way back there for now? And then ground, etc. is on layer 0. So farthest back trees sprite should be on ordering -1, 2, 3. Z is relative. Visibility. Visibility on. Ordering. Ignore that. Okay. You have the canvas layer itself on layer 0. Right, like the ground. The ground is layer 0. And then the sky is negative 103 for some reason. And then this is at -1. The trees are also on levels? No, they're on -1 now. -5. And then skew, rotate. Like, why is it offset? That's the canvas layer. The trees canvas layer. What? The root node, farthest back tree. Layer. Oh, I'm stupid. A continuous problem. Thank you. Now, is it going to pop up a little bit higher because of things again? Yeah. I still don't quite have that figured out. Because, like, I put it even with this, and then it's, like, all the way up there. So, like, what are you doing all the way up there, my dude? I don't know what that's doing. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Is the parallax offset? I mean, who the fuck knows? Like, let's just reset some of this shit, like the ordering layers to back to what they were. Because I don't think that changes anything. But this does. And I think I want this to go like faster than... Let's make it go real fast. Maybe fuck with the offset in here. What is that offset on the 2D sprite? 0. But centered. That's really weird. Yeah. That's really weird. Do we just kind of... for now, we'll just kind of guess where it needs to be. All right, if I want it... All right, let's see what that looks like. How close are you? Wait. Wait, why is it there now? Anyone got a fucking clue what changed? I fucking hate programming. Nothing changes and everything does. This program's gaslighting me. No one fucking knows. Okay. It's just magic. It just works however the fuck it feels like, man. It's there now. That's it 1-to-1, right? And so the offset, I bet you when I start messing with the offset again, I bet you, or not the offset, the scroll speed of the offset. Hold up. Is that where you're setting the motion? That's where you're setting the motion. Let's set this to 0.5. And it's going to be gone. Almost guaranteed. Yeah. Whop. I got nothing, man. I have no fucking clue. I have no goddamn clue what's going on with this right now. Just move it down a bit. It goes up into the... This has to be something with the offset. Is it scaling the image for some reason? I don't know. And I don't think that there's a way to check. Is there a difference between image scale and image balance in Godot? I don't know. I'll have to ask on the board or the forums or something, because like I don't know what's going on with it. But as far as like aesthetically goes, like the little house we drew today looks great. We can do the bridge and stuff next time. I think that I'm actually pretty okay with it's cute. Looks like you're setting both axes at the same speed. Yeah, but the sky is like that. Maybe we unlink them? Why'd you go into the ground? Where'd you go? 3379 210. I got absolutely no fucking idea. Reset that to 1. Maybe we should offset this by like 0.5? Maybe I'm offsetting the wrong thing? I mean, that looks like it's 1-to-1 with me right now. Yeah. So then... The Y has not changed, but the X did. The X set the motion by 0.5 off. Does that look right with it being like where you can like see more of it when you jump? I think that's right, because you would see more of the horizon line when you jump. Yeah, all right. Good enough. We can clean that up some more. But I mean, look at it so far. That looks like the start of a video game, you know? And I think once we're all done with this, we'll actually make the polygon for the ground a little bit better. Do you need to be able to jump? No. Do you need to be able to jump IRL? Let me put it that way. All the time, yeah? Point taken. Exactly. Absolutely do not need to be jumping in this game. All right, well, let me go ahead and switch things over to Deadlock then. Deadlock. Deadlock. Done. Those Mission Again stickers got an update. Let's see. Even if Godot's being weird right now, you've come a long way in a short time. I am very proud of myself. I'm very happy about it. It's just gonna be the coding the card game. And once I code one card game, I can make another. Because I can steal that code and reuse it. Because like the hand stuff, all that looks fine. Let me know when you hear this, and I'm gonna go ahead and switch the thing over on After Hours. Actually, don't think we have anyone really on After Hours right now, so I'm just gonna flick the switch. 3, 2, 1, bop.